Gang of misfits and dope addicts are here.
Because on this day,
In 1960, William Hawley Johnson was born in Liverpool, England.
Holly was real. It was actually his real name.
His middle name, yeah.
Holly Johnson.
Yeah.
It's great. I love that song.
Actually, I like that song better than Relax.
Yeah, me too.
you think?
I was just looking at. I remember the original video, and it was done by Godley and Cream. It says here, and it had somebody playing Ronald Reagan and somebody playing the secretary of the Communist Party in a ring fighting, beating each other up. But there are all kinds of different videos of it.
Oh, yeah.
There's one here. It looks like Donald Trump and somebody else fighting in a ring.
It works in so many
Yes.
situations. It's as timely as today's headlines.
It's pretty damn good, I'd say. On the album Welcome to the Pleasure Dome.
Welcome to the pleasure
In Xanadu, did Kubla Khan a stately pleasure dome decree where out the sacred river ran through caverns measureless to man down to a sunless
Very
sea.
good.
Wow.
I know. I mean, I know that poem, but the only lines I can quote are the first two. Did you
I
have
only
to
know-
memorize it for some
Yeah.
reason?
Well, I did a term paper on it.
Wow.
Yeah, all I know is in Xanadu,
Kubla Khan.
Kubla Khan, a stately pleasure dome decree.
And as far as that's where he decreed it. There you go. Yeah. He's done. He's done.
Frankie Goes to Hollywood didn't last all that long, did they?
No, they were the definition of the burn bright and then fade away. Because they were very influential. For that one album it was huge. It came along, it kicked ass, and then it kind of went away.
That's
Which is too bad.
they won all kinds of awards in England, and that song was the biggest of their career. Yeah.
I'll protect you from the hooded claw. Keep the vampires from your door.
The Hooded Claw. Ooh. Excuse me. That is a Hawkman villain, not a Frankie villain.
Feels like fire.
The song Two Tribes knocked John Travolta and Olivia Newton-John, You're the One That I Love, off the charts.
You're the one that I want.
Are you one that I want?
Yeah.
Knocked it out of first place.
That's hilarious.
Oh, it was a big album. It exploded.
Did they? I was trying to see how many records did they do?
Not much.
At least 3, I want to say.
And then Holly had solo
And
stuff.
then Holly did some solo stuff, and then sadly,
He is no longer with us.
no, he's here.
no, Holly's no longer with us.
Well, let me look.
Look it up. I'm
I-
pretty
I
sure
got it
that
right
he,
here.
No, he's-
Holly Johnson is still alive.
Yeah.
He is still alive.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, which Frankie died then?
Frankie.
One of the Frankies died.
Yeah, no, Holly's still
Yeah.
around.
Okay.
He's a English artist, musician, and writer, best known for Frankie Goes to Hollywood, but still doing stuff,
I
writing.
can
And
swear he died.
It says
Writing.
he's currently living in London with his partner, Wolfgang Cooley.
AKA the Hooded Claw.
he's 63 years old and
Wolfgang
still performs.
It's also Chick Corea's birthday today.
Oh,
We
well,
could've
why
done-
didn't you say so?
We could have.
Well, what's the big Chick Corea thing?
could have Chick
Something
Corea.
Forever. Something Forever.
Something forever.
It's the jazz. He's a jazz guy.
Yeah. You would see him over at the Zephyr sometime.
Yeah.
Man. Well, I know what your husband will be doing later today.
Honey, it's.
Oh, come on, it's Chick Corea's birthday, Boots.
See, I didn't even realize. I know the name Chick Corea. I didn't realize he was a pianist. Yeah, this is no. I don't.
This is
care.
what my house sounds like.
I don't care for this at all. It's
Isn't that nice in
it's
the
no, it's noodling. Doesn't do much for me. Yeah, man.
When my husband gets home from work, this is what it sounds like. About 5 minutes before he gets there, I turn this on.
I'm sorry.
Yep.
Wow.
The only piano guy I like this is Keith Jarrett. He's really, it's not this kind of like stuff.
His favorite is Art Blakey.
Art Blakey is Joe's favorite.
Oh, yeah. Art Blakey's cool. I bet you like Art Blakey, actually.
Let's see.
I know the name, but I couldn't tell you what it sounds like.
It's Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, this is okay.
You like that?
Yeah, that's okay. I don't like just that solo piano. It's on my nerves. Yes, I like it.
Yeah.
Try a little Keith Jarrett.
You could drink bourbon to this.
Yeah, Gina. I don't need. I mean, bourbon pairs with my life.
Bourbon pears.
I can.
No matter
Look,
what
a leaf fell off a tree. Let's have a bourbon. Is this Keith Jarrett?
Mm-hmm. This is winding down the day music. This is right before you go to bed.
I was watching some video of Keith Jarrett one time, and he plays stuff that's real peppier than this. And he was playing and all of a sudden you could tell one of the keys on the piano had gone dead.
Really?
So, yeah, and so he just started putting it in, incorporating it into what he did.
The dead
rather than-
space?
Yeah, it's pretty weird. This is the first time I think we've ever played jazz on the show.
Man, if you're going to be listening to some jazz, it
Gotta
should be
Miles?
It should be mild.
Yeah.
Snap your fingers.
Kind of blue, man. You're going to.
Steve, who does the jazz show, you did it for years on KUER. Steve, Steve's last name.
Steve Jazz.
Long,
I can
gray
picture
hair.
him, yeah.
He lived just down the street from me, and I ran into him one time. I didn't realize he lived down the street from me, and he said, "Oh man, I really like your show."
Man.
And I said, "Well, thanks. That's." And he said, "Would you like to come up and co-host on the jazz show with me?"
Oh, you should have.
And I said, "Steve, I don't really know enough about jazz to do that." He said, "It doesn't matter, man."
Man.
Jazz can be anything you want.
It's a feeling, man. It's a state of mind. It's not about knowledge. It's
He's-
about letting yourself go.
So they got rid of him at KUER, which was a big mistake, I thought. And he went to KCGL for a little while, and then he left and moved back to Chicago, where he's originally from. But now I think he's still doing a show here from Chicago.
Man.
I'll have to look that up. Steve,
We're getting requests now. This is from
Jazz request?
Sarge. He wanted to hear Dave Brubeck, so we're getting all these
Morning,
requests
Sarge.
now. All of our
Jazz.
jazz fans are
Oh,
coming
man.
out. Yeah.
of course, this is the classic. My guess is true jazz aficionados
Hey, man.
go, "Oh yeah, Dave Brubeck, whatever."
Oh,
You ever
sure,
see Dave
yeah.
Brubeck's house, man?
No. His
Trip. It's a trip now.
His son still. His son performs as well.
Look up Dave Brubeck's house, man.
Are you serious?
I'm serious. It's a trip, man.
How did you ever stumble across Dave Brubeck's house?
You know the internet, man.
No.
You just let it take you where it wants to take you.
Somebody says, thank you for finally playing some good music.
Oh, shut up.
Hey,
Come on now.
Frankie Goes to Hollywood is fine. Wow, that
This
is a
has
cool
been
house.
Farting
Hold
Around
it.
with Carrie, Bill,
Whoa.
and Gina on X96, Radio from Hell.
Jeez.
Ain't it great, man?
Mid-century home Dave Brubeck built.
Yes.
It is beautiful. All right.
Well, let's begin so we can end.
All right. Let's take a break. And then come back and check in with us, will you please? Do you like jazz or have you gone away? 877-602-9696 is the number to call. Check in with the Radio from Hell show. We like to hear from you in the morning. We'll give a random caller a Radio from Hell coffee mug.
If you please us.
877-602-9696. You can text us and comment 33986, but we can't give you a coffee mug if you text us.
No.
Utah.
we just did things that must go, and this must go is when you see somebody, a beloved celebrity, trending on Twitter, and your first thought is, did they die?
Yeah.
And this morning, for me, it was Dolly Parton. I'm like, oh no, she's fine. She's just fine.
She's just fine.
But I clicked on it to see why she was trending. Here's why she's trending.
Why?
There's this guy that I follow on Twitter. His name's Eric Alper, and he's really good at asking good questions on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
And his question was, aliens invade Earth tomorrow. They asked to meet with one representative for mankind, not somebody in the government. Who are we sending? And overwhelmingly, people responded.
Everybody said Dolly Parton.
Dolly Parton.
That's kind of sad, isn't it? I mean, I love Dolly Parton, but isn't that sad that that's the only thing people can come up with?
Well, I mean, they came up with other things, but she was the most popular answer.
What were some of the others?
So
do you have that?
The second most popular answer, Keanu Reeves.
That's a good choice.
Well,
because he's alien-like.
Again, I don't know.
They're nice, good people.
But that's the caveat. Is
Yeah.
they can't be politicians or world leaders.
Yeah.
But it could be what's his name? The astronomer.
Michael Eric Dyson?
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Yeah,
no,
Neil.
I'm thinking of somebody else.
Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
That could be.
Somebody with a science background. Somebody
That would be good.
who would be a sort of understanding.
Well, and so another answer was Brian May.
From Queen?
From Queen.
Oh, well, he's an astrophysicist. Yes, he is.
Okay, all right.
Now, see, that makes sense.
Some other people said, you're late night folks. You're Stephen Colbert.
I wrote down Stephen Colbert.
And you're Jon Stewart.
Jon Stewart would be a good
And
choice.
you're Trevor Noah's.
I think Dolly Parton, standing in front of an alien going, "How y'all doing?" And an alien would be scratching its head going,
We have a Patrick Stewart.
No.
We have a Nick Offerman.
Well, maybe.
Nick Offerman.
Now, wait a minute. That's
you like that?
Not
That's
a bad
the celebrity I think
You
would
like Nick
maybe do it.
Offerman?
Because he would be very considered about the
That's true.
let me show you how to build a canoe.
Let me show you. You're going to need to know
This
that.
is an alien canoe.
My favorite answer so far, though, and several people said this, Sigourney Weaver.
Well,
What?
Depends on the alien
yeah,
that comes to
you gotta
visit.
be careful with that one.
I don't.
No?
You
You don't like that one?
No, not at all. She was in Avatar. I won't forgive that.
Let's see. Tom Hanks got some votes.
I wrote down Tom Hanks, yes.
No, not Elon Musk.
No.
No.
Again, looks alien, not the person to send.
I just think it's interesting that the only thing that people can come up with are celebrities.
Well, some people have said Sir David Attenborough. I guess he's a celebrity.
Okay. No, but again, he's a naturalist and a man of science. Now, did you say it specifically said no politicians?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or was there another no?
No, just
Politicians.
Politicians, world leaders, things like that.
Actually, a bunch of people said Chef Jose
Andreas.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good choice.
He's awesome.
I don't know who
Yeah,
that
he
is.
does this world, what's it called?
World Central Kitchen.
World Central Kitchen. He's what he does is he asks people to donate, and he goes into places,
where there's disasters.
war zones. He just came back from Ukraine, but he feeds people.
Okay, that's a good choice.
Yeah.
But much better than a celebrity.
Yeah.
I mean, he's sort of a celebrity, but not really. He's a humanitarian.
George Clooney.
Send Clooney.
He's almost a politician, really.
He should be. Wouldn't it be great if he was?
He's almost a politician, so I would say
I'd
no.
vote for him.
Maybe his wife, though.
Amal.
Yeah, she could handle the legal aspects of all of the of an alien invasion. It's not an invasion.
No, it
it's
just says they show up.
They
here,
show up and
they
say,
wrote, we need a representative of your people. Who is your representative?
Katie's saying Ryan Reynolds.
Oh yeah, he'd be good.
Now I'm surprised that no one here in the room has suggested that I be the person.
You?
Bill Allred?
Yeah, me.
You're the representative
Yes.
for humanity.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
All right.
I think I'd be a good representative
so?
of humanity. Yeah, because here's the reason I think I would be.
All right.
Because I love individual people. I hate humanity in general.
Well, then you're not a good representative.
Yes, I am.
Well, if
because
you're representing humanity and you hate humanity.
Because humanity is made up of a lot of wonderful people. But there are lots of bad ones, too.
But you're going to go to the aliens and go, oh, yeah, we're awful.
No. What did I just say? I would go to them and say, you know, you're going to encounter some really wonderful people, like Dolly Parton, like Brian May, like Neil deGrasse Tyson. But I'm warning you, there are a lot of asshats out there, Mr. Alien. There are a lot of people who are going to try and hurt you or take advantage of you, and you need to beware. Deal only, Mr. Alien, deal only with people who are woke. Because woke, even though some people, the bad part of humanity will try to tell you that's a bad thing.
Yeah.
People who are woke are people who are enlightened and willing to listen and willing to experience things that you might want to present.
He's
pretty good, huh?
He's making his case.
Making
Pretty
a
good?
good case.
Pretty
but,
good?
You're no Dolly Parton, though, Bill.
Well,
you're really not.
Okay, I'll wear a wig and stuff a bra.
I'm gonna agree with the texter and say Jeff Goldblum.
So that's
Dave Grohl.
Now that's sending Jeff Goldblum. That's sending one alien to meet another alien.
Yes.
So that might work.
Get this over with.
So far, you're chicken. You're too scared to call 877-602-9696 and check in with us.
Scared? You think they're scared?
Scaredy cats. That's what they are. Bunch of scaredy cats.
Scared.
What?
They're scared.
Oh, scared. I thought you were burping. Scared. So check in with the Radio from Hell show, 877-602-9696, or, of course, you can text 33986. Let's go.
All right.
Stateroom Presents, bringing you live music memories. Don't miss Rubble Bucket this Friday, February 10th at the Commonwealth Room. Get tickets and the full lineup at thestateroompresents.com.
Sunrise today, 7:29 a.m. Sunset, 5:54 p.m. The moon is a waning gibbous moon, 87.3% of full. If you go outside right now, you can probably see it. Looks very nice. The sky is clear. 9:31 a.m. is when the moon will set today. Today being Thursday, it's the 9th day of February in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2023. It's 275 days until Gina's birthday.
Oh.
And this is the It Don't Mean a Thing If It Ain't Got That Swing edition of the show for people who feel like hell in the morning. It's Radio from Hell with the bebop beatniks of the airwaves, the Lords of Morning Radio. Gary Jackson. I'm Bill Allred. That's Bebop Balula, Gina Barberi. And Katie for short is our fine producer with her injured hand.
Yeah, be nice
Poor
to Katie. She doesn't feel good.
Poor
today.
Katie. And Dawson and Cameron Diaz helping out as well. Your Black History Month fact, Gina, that you like?
Yes.
It's W.E.B. Du Bois.
Yes.
Born in 1868, died in 1963, an American sociologist, historian, and Pan-Africanist civil rights activist. Born in Massachusetts, Du Bois grew up in a relatively tolerant and integrated community. He completed graduate work at the University of Berlin and Harvard University. He was the first African American to earn a doctorate. He
Cool.
became a professor of history, sociology, and economics. Du Bois was one of the founders of the NAACP. There you go.
All right. Thank you. Well, let's see who is checking in with us.
Sarge is there.
We can begin with. It looks like Sarge. Yes. Hi.
Dan Hutt. Are you
Hello.
where are you, Sarge?
I'm on base.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Are you allowed to call
Yeah.
from base? Is that okay?
Well, I stuck my phone outside the fence.
Oh,
so,
okay.
we're definitely
So
fine.
it's okay.
Yeah,
All right.
so we're good.
So we haven't
we're
heard
good.
from you in a while. How's life going? Are you okay?
Oh, another day in paradise.
which
You
is
knew he
what
was going to say that.
you always said when
You
you.
knew I was going to say that.
Yeah, Sarge
exactly.
worked here for a while.
He still does.
What
Yeah, I
is-
still do.
He's
I'm
on the
just,
air, Bill.
I'm on
Try it.
radios on the
Oh, I didn't
weekends.
know that.
96.3. Check it out.
When are you on, Sarge?
Yeah,
I
it's
didn't
okay.
know.
Saturdays and Sundays from 7 to midnight. It's okay. They're just feelings. They'll heal.
7 to midnight on Saturday and a Sunday explains exactly why I didn't know that you were on.
I've heard you, Sarge.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that. And then also Sunday morning from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. because
Again,
I don't know what sleep is.
Again, it explains exactly why I've never heard it. Everything's going good for you?
Exactly. Oh, yeah. Yeah, doing good. Just super busy. I'm the superintendent for public affairs now for the Utah Air National Guard. So
You're
I'm
perfect for that.
crazy busy.
Well, good.
Huh?
Congratulations.
Well, thank you.
Is
I
it
miss you guys, though, so I need to come by and just hang out, maybe bring you donuts or something.
anytime? You can come by anytime.
Yeah, you know where we are, right? You work here.
Yeah, anytime.
Well,
You're welcome.
hopefully, are you guys not? You guys still at the? You guys at the studio now? You're not at home?
Yeah, no, we've been in the studio for a while.
96.3, Sarge. Check it out.
You know, we're on Monday through Friday, Sarge, 6 a.m. to
Monday
10
through
a.m. You might
Friday,
want
that's what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All
That's
right.
what it was.
say
Yeah.
hi to your lovely partner and your little dog.
All right, well, do you guys have a good time?
Okay, see
Thank
you.
you.
Bye.
All right, see ya.
Sarge, everyone. Let's see. Let's go to Marty. Hi, Marty.
Marty's in Park City. Hello, Marty.
Listen, Biff, nobody calls me chicken.
Because he's Marty.
Oh,
see?
because he's Marty.
I see. I got it. Okay, Marty, I promise never to do that. What does your day look like today, Marty?
I got to meet up with Doc Brown, something about a DeLorean.
Okay.
I don't know.
All right. Have a good
Thanks,
time.
Marty. Bye-bye.
Back to the future with you.
Thanks, Marty. Julia.
Good morning, Julia. Where are you calling from?
Good morning. I'm from Tooele.
What are you doing?
Well, I just wanted to check in and let you know that we're just too tired to call this early. I've been up pretty late with a brand new puppy I just got this
Oh,
week.
puppies are fun, aren't they? You think they're a good idea.
I know.
Is it a
Yes.
is it a breed of puppy or is it just a mix or what do you have there?
It is a breed. She's an 8-week-old Bernese Mountain Dog, and we're still trying to find a name for her. So far, we're kind of on between Willow and Opal, but we're not sure.
You know, we don't name dogs very often. I like the idea of helping people name their dog.
Could I suggest, Julia, a Burmese mountain dog? Just go and start looking up things about Burma.
Not Burma, it's Bernie's.
Oh, yeah.
It's not
Oh, it's
Bernie's.
I thought she said Burmese. What's Bernie's? What is Bernie's?
I don't know, but it's not Burma.
What's Bernie's? Do you know, Julia?
It's a breed from the Swiss Alps.
Swiss Alps.
So Sven.
So you got to
Oh,
come
but
up.
it's a girl.
Come up with a Swiss name, you know.
Inga.
or Frida. You know, something like that.
Let me see. Swiss girl names. We're going to help you here.
Julia, those dogs get rather large, don't they?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes.
But-
They're around 100 to 130
Yep.
pounds.
Yeah,
when
Big
they're
poop.
full grown.
Big poops.
I met one once, and I think they're all like this. They're really big, but they don't do much. They like to just sort of lay around.
Yes, well, not as a puppy.
Well, no, not as a puppy, but they're just big, kind of docile, for really nice dogs. It's a good dog to have
Yeah,
if you
that's
don't
why we
want
got 'em.
you don't want to be too active.
Well, I'd say in honor of Marty, who just called in, how about Einstein for your dog?
Einstein.
All right.
That's a Swiss name.
There you go. All right.
Hey, let's give Julia a coffee mug. You want a
Sure.
Radio from Hell coffee mug?
Hang on.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you. I definitely need it with this puppy.
Yeah, hang on.
Hold on.
So
Hang on.
get you one. Hang on.
Let's see. We got Logan the Welder checking in. We got Shasta from New York checking in. I'm a fan of the jazz music this morning. My favorite newer jazz band is the Gordon Goodwin's Big Fat Band. Oh. Let's see. Here's my favorite check-in regarding the jazz.
Yes.
This is from Tyler. I'm not a fan of jazz, but one of my friends wrote and drew a graphic novel about Charlie Parker.
The bird.
Called Chasing the Bird. It made me want to listen to Charlie Parker, so I did. I still don't like jazz. I guess I just don't get it.
It's an acquired.
Charlie Parker.
Yeah.
You remember our now, why can't I think of his name?
I don't know who you're talking about.
The jazz musician from Ogden. 100 years old, just died recently. Brad's friend.
Joe McQueen.
Joe McQueen, thank you. Joe McQueen told me a story about playing with Charlie
really?
Parker. Charlie Parker, so Ogden, big railroad town. So Charlie Parker was on his way to or from L.A. On the train. Got off the train in Ogden for a layover and said, "Tell me where I can go play jazz." And somebody said, "Oh, there's a little club down there where Joe McQueen was playing," and he played with Charlie Parker.
Awesome. Traffic.
Westbound 45th South is closed at 5th West due to a crash using an alternate route in that area. Crash southbound I-15, exit 275 at Pleasant Grove Boulevard. The off-ramp there is being affected. And we've got the canyons closed for avalanche control. Let you know when UDOT lets me know that they have reopened. Do you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, multiple unfiled years? Contact McClure and Stewart for a free consultation. Go to McClureandStewart.com today.
Thank you. Well, the Radio from Hell pledge drive continues. We'll be asking for our new donation level lifelong partner. You can just have it automatically withdrawn from your bank account. It's very easy.
And you get a tote bag.
And a tote bag. All right, we'll just take a break. We'll be back. We've got Big Boy News and Geek News coming up in the next break. Stand by. All right.
It's time for Radio from Hell corrections. We correct things that we get wrong, or we like to call this feature, Excuse Me.
Excuse me.
And if you go to x96.com/live, you can see Comic Book Guy saying, "Excuse me, but I don't think that's the case.
I'm here to make the proper corrections.
All right.
God forbid you go throughout life not knowing the right."
Correction number one I have. Earlier in the show, we were talking about traveling in Switzerland and Austria, and Carrie was talking about Lake Luzerne in Switzerland and how lovely that was. And I said, remember when we went to Austria and we were having fondue, and I think I may have said that Austria is the home of fondue. Excuse me, my ears are hurting. Switzerland is home to fondue, not Austria.
They're right next door to each other.
If you had fondue in Innsbruck, it's no wonder it didn't go well. Austria is meat and potatoes, not fondue. Excuse me. So thank you for the correction. Switzerland, home of fondue. Okay.
Well, we have another correction.
Yes.
Country correction.
Ooh.
This is another excuse me for Bill. A few moments ago, we were talking about President Trump flying to Scotland.
Yeah.
And Bill said, well, Scotland isn't part of the UK anymore because of Brexit. It most certainly is still a part of the UK. The UK now consists of England, Scotland, Northern Ireland, and Wales. That's the UK now, post-Brexit.
But it's still part of the EU, right?
No.
Scotland? Scotland's
I'm not going to say.
Scotland's not a part of the EU? I think it is.
I don't
isn't
know.
it? And that was part of the deal, was that they had the border in Scotland, and there was part of the contention?
That's what I thought, too.
Well, you were saying Scotland is not part of... Well, now we have to do...
Listen, if this was about the Silver Surfer's real name, I could weigh in.
The people of Scotland voted decisively to remain with the European Union in 2016. The Scottish government was the first administration in the UK to set out a substantive policy response to Brexit in 2016. They have said, we are a part of the European Union.
All right.
So
it's
they're not?
Ireland is part of the EU, not Scotland. Scotland is talking about leaving the UK, as they always have.
Well, they voted to stay with the European Union in 2016. So on December 24, 2020, UK government and the EU announced agreement on core elements of the future. Scottish government has conducted initial analysis agreements, their implications for Scotland. The assessment confirms the Scottish government's long-standing view that Scotland will be worse off outside of the European Union, so they are going to remain with the European Union, which means essentially they're not part of the UK, right? Scottish ministers have consistently highlighted that the UK government failed to engage meaningful with the Scottish government on Brexit. The Scottish
The
government.
EU countries are
Okay.
Austria, Belgium, Bulgaria, Croatia, Cyprus, Czech Republic, Denmark, Estonia, Finland, France, Germany, Greece, Hungary, Ireland, Italy, Latvia, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Malta, the Netherlands, Poland, Portugal, Romania, Slovakia, Slovenia, Spain, and Sweden, not Scotland. Scotland is still part of the
UK. All right.
It's confusing.
And the Silver Surfer's real name is Norin Rad. Excuse me.
All right.
Was there some question?
Listen, I don't know from Ireland or Scotland. I don't know, all right? But I can help you with this.
All right. You want to open up the Batman?
Do you want me to do this?
Trading
Yeah,
cards?
do it.
And,
Do it. Come on, do it.
So this is from 1980 what?
It says 1989. This is from a classic pack of Batman movie. You know, the first, the Michael Keaton one, not the first Batman movie, but the Michael Keaton one.
The real Batman.
Well, yeah. From 1989. Adam West. But this is, it's not valuable because it's the second series.
Okay.
And so they're selling these at the comic book store at Dr. Volt's for just like $2. But these are, I thought they were reproductions because that's the new thing now. For those of us who are still fishing for our nostalgia from our childhood, they're recreating things from our childhood in the exact way, like the Star Wars action figures and Mego action figures and all that. I thought this was a reproduction when I saw it on sale.
But
no,
really, it's original.
These are from 1989 Batman trading cards.
So
9 cards.
That gum is how
9
old?
cards, 1 sticker, and 1 stick bubble gum.
That gum is,
do the math.
See.
Tell me how old this gum is.
1989, so 1990, that'd be 31 years old.
31-year-old gum.
Yeah.
Here we go.
You're not going to do, oh. Really?
Right.
Now, it doesn't have that smell that gum. And it's gonna be as brittle as a piece of floor tile,
No, that is okay. So the first thing we get is a sticker.
Mm-hmm.
It's a sticker of the Joker. Now it's an artist's rendition of Nicholson as the Joker.
Okay.
So all right. So there's that. And the cards, some of them are art cards.
Oh.
Production art cards. They use.
Yeah.
To help frame the thing. And then the others are, Batman's public service, that there's, pictures of Jack Nicholson and there's the Batmobile parked in the Bat Cave,
Mm-hmm.
So it's a trading card. So it's like the old trading cards. All right, so here we go.
Now show us the gum first before you eat it. Does it have that white powder on it?
It used to. Let's see. Okay, so there's the gum.
Mm-hmm.
You ready?
Mm-hmm.
All right, and you can see this at x96.com/live.
Now, is it the size of one of the cards? Oh, no, it's not.
It's like a stick of gum.
You want a comparison?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times it was the gum in there was like the size of a card or just slightly smaller than the whole card.
That looks like a piece of Trident.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
Here he goes.
All right. 30-year-old gum. Oh, God.
It crunched.
Crunchy.
I think it broke my teeth. Yeah, the chat room is saying this is a bad idea, and I'm starting to agree with them.
Yeah, don't eat it. Don't do any more of that. I'm just wondering if it still forms into gum.
It doesn't sound like gum.
It's not forming into gum.
It's just staying in crumbles on your.
It's staying in dry crumbles.
I think you should spit it out.
So like the soul leaves a body, the essence of the gum has left the gum.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, spit it out.
Yeah, that's bad.
That's too
now,
bad.
Now, someone said, this is awfully radio stunty of you guys. To which I say, well, that's what happens when the mayor doesn't call. So
you could have had the mayor here.
We were hoping to put some information out, something, that could help you. But instead, I'm eating 30-year-old gum because the mayor didn't call.
I would call City Hall and blame and blame the mayor.
Mm-hmm. So let her know that she's ruining our show by not showing up.
She could have been having important mayoral business.
Yes.
That's not our problem. Although she's now made it our problem.
News coming up in this break, but first, big boy news and opinioendo, brought to you by...
Cold and flu season is here. Boost your immunity now with Prime IV Riverwoods. Get a hydration drip, vitamin C and zinc, B12 drip for just $79 introductory offer. Get current offers on their Facebook page at Prime IV Riverwoods or call 385-383-6291.
Thank you.
That Andy Samberg is a lucky duck.
Is he now?
He is indeed. He's going to be in a rom-com. He's going to be with Jean Smart as his leading lady.
His leading lady.
The two are set to co-star in an upcoming film titled 42.6 Years from Amazon, according to multiple outlets. Samberg will play a man who is cryogenically frozen for decades in an effort to save his life via an experimental procedure. When he wakes up 42.6 years later, physically unchanged thanks to being frozen, he finds himself alone in a future with no one to turn to but his ex-girlfriend, Jean Smart.
This could be good.
Who is now 71 and much older than him.
This could be good.
But still good looking.
Amen.
Owen Wilson is going to play Bob Ross, and I looked at a little bit of the video. It'd be interesting to see how he does that.
It's not Bob Ross. It's a character like
Bob Ross. Carl Nargle.
Yes.
Vermont's beloved.
Carl Nargle?
Yeah, Vermont's beloved, soft-spoken, perfectly permed paint guru who's living on cloud nine amid the success of his public access art show. Okay, I don't think I'll watch that. And I'm so happy Bill Gates has found love. He's found romance with a fellow tennis buff, Paula Hurd, and they're adorable together.
Adorable.
Well, the earthquake in Syria and Turkey they're now saying 17,000 people killed in that earthquake.
Getting into numbers that it's hard to wrap your head around.
People have no places to live now, and it's cold, and people are huddling in cars around small fires or around small fires to ward off the bitter cold. Crews are still working to try and find living people in the rubble and take the dead from the rubble as well. Yeah. Lifeless bodies are taken to a covered gymnasium, laid out on the floor, so families who are searching for loved ones, and can you imagine going from body to body?
No. Did you see the video though? Just to have
I heard about it, but I didn't see it.
Of this girl who and her little brother that were trapped under the rubble, and she put her arm up, and I don't know how long she was like that, over his head to keep him safe, and they both were...
Oh, I thought you were going to say that there was video of them. They pulled a baby alive out.
Mm-hmm. I saw that one, and a little white dog, a little puppy.
And then there was a kid who videoed himself while being trapped in the rubble.
Really?
Yeah, and I think they got him out. But at certain points there was things crumbling around him, and he kept saying, "I hope they can get to me. I just have put myself in the hands of God." U.S. Senator John Fetterman, the Pennsylvania Democrat who suffered a stroke during his campaign for the Senate last year, the campaign that he won, was hospitalized Wednesday night after feeling lightheaded while attending a Senate Democratic retreat. Initial tests at George Washington University Hospital didn't show any evidence of a new stroke. Fetterman's communications director, Joe Calvello, said in a statement issued Wednesday that doctors will run more tests. The senator remained at the hospital for observation, but he's in good spirits and talking with staff and family, and I think there's a good chance, it's likely that they will chalk it up as, he was hungry or something. Gina, this is a story for you.
Okay.
Dr. Cobble sent this to me and asked me to pass it along to you.
Oh.
And this is a personal email about Dr. Cobble's parents.
Wow.
My parents' anniversary is tonight, 58 or 59 years, as they plan on an early dinner at 4:30 in Sun Valley to celebrate. They live up in Idaho. They got together with 3 other couples on Sunday night, 8 total people. One of the ladies that they got together with was sick, but didn't tell anybody and went anyway. She and her husband had just returned from Florida, DeSantis clown country. So, of course, this woman tested positive for COVID on Monday, and they were all together for 3 hours. And I told my mom and dad to stay home or wear masks if they needed to go out, which they do anyway, and call if they have any flu symptoms. My mom started having muscle aches last night. Hasn't gotten out of bed. Dad tested her 100% positive. I had to call in an antiviral at noon. Hopefully she responds well to it. But, of course, they don't get to have their anniversary dinner tonight.
Oh, no.
Who would go to a couple's dinner when sick? Who would do that?
Exactly.
There's video of Mike Lee.
Why did he want me to hear that?
He just said...
He's concerned about your weekend.
Oh.
Yeah. And or he's concerned that you'll go to something sick. I don't know.
What?
He didn't say, Gina. He just said, pass this on to Gina. That's all it said.
Okay.
All right? You'll take it up with Dr. Cobble.
Well, I just...
So, of course, video has surfaced from a campaign event in 2010 involving incumbent U.S. Senator Mike Lee, in which he said his intentions were to phase out Social Security.
Yep.
And it's on video.
Yeah.
Lee, now this story was written when he was running against Evan McMullen. And Lee says in the video, I'm here right now to tell you one thing you probably have never heard from a politician. It will be my objective to phase out Social Security, to pull it up from the roots and get rid of it, Lee said. This was during a campaign stop in February of 2010. People who advise me politically always tell me it's dangerous to say that, and I tell them, in that case, it's not worth my running. That's why I'm doing this, to get rid of that. Medicare and Medicaid are of the same sort. They need to be pulled up.
By the roots.
Pulled up by the roots. Now, Mike Lee, he's also said, quote, one of the biggest places we have to start is the entitlements. There's nothing in here, and he holds up his Constitution, that gives them the power to redistribute my wealth. That's what the entitlement programs are. They're a wealth redistribution.
No, they're not wealth.
Under this sort of cradle-to-grave state that we've created, it's a nanny state. And he goes on like that. Now, Mike Lee says about that comment about pulling it up by the roots, well, they took that out of context.
No.
Here was the context. Here's his context.
Yeah.
He said, I don't think we should do it to the people who are currently enrolled in Social Security, but we need to stop it.
Well,
stop people from getting it.
And to be fair, and I heard another radio station talking about this yesterday, and they misrepresented it. Go back and listen to what Joe Biden said. He said there are some, not many, but some Republicans that want to sunset Social Security and Medicare.
And we can
meaning we're going to pick a date, and then that's going to be it. He didn't say, like, get rid of it tomorrow.
Now, let me add this. So Mike Lee thinks this is a justification to say, I don't mean we should take the people who are getting Social Security now off of it, but we need to, sunset it or set a date where there's no people. So you want to then just have people, not have help and care, and you want to, with Medicare and Medicaid.
And he's saying it to those young voters that already don't like the Republican Party. You want to cement that, Mike?
But, he can say what he says and nobody pays attention.
No.
It stinks.
So Santos and Romney, Mitt Romney criticizing George Santos. He said, you don't belong here when he was there at the State of the Union. And George Santos says, well, that's not very Mormon of him. Okay.
I've got the other
history that I've been told to shut up and go to the back, especially by people who come from a privileged background.
And it's not going to be the last, and I'm never going to shut up and go to the back of the room. And I think it's reprehensible that the senator would say such a thing to me in the demeaning way he said. It wasn't very Mormon of him.
Okay.
And I should know, as the founder of the Mormon Church.
Hey, you know those orange flags that they have at crosswalks here?
Yes.
For more than 20 years, Salt Lake has endeavored to make its notoriously wide streets safer with these fluorescent orange flags.
Yeah.
A pedestrian is meant to grab one, wave it at oncoming cars, and some of you pedestrians think that it will protect you from the car hitting you. It won't.
It's a force field.
Yeah. So some people have said, we don't. Well, the city has decided to reinvest and get more flags. There are people who are critical of that, saying they don't really do much good.
Yeah, but how much money are we talking? Come on.
Let's see.
I mean, in the grand budget of things.
I didn't
You know
see
what?
that.
Can't be that
When
much.
you are crossing the street with young children, like it's not just you, but there's a few of you, it's nice to have them grab the flag and carry it and teach them how to be safe crossing the
Each
street.
flag costs about $2.
Yeah.
A flag. So
So we're talking about what? $100
I'm trying-
in the grand budget of things?
well, no, there are more flags.
okay,
than that.
$200. Fine.
They have designated $100,000.
Okay. In the grand budget,
Yeah.
that's nothing.
And Bill, think of this. We have had a real problem with pedestrians being hit by cars.
Yeah.
For
Oh, I
some
know.
reason, there's been a lot of, anything they can do to help that, I say invest.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not opposed to getting new flags.
Sports, weather, traffic.
Okay, so the NBA All-Star Game has an All-Star celebrity game associated with it, and most of these people you won't care about, but some of them you will care about.
Okay.
Hassan Minaj.
Oh, wait a minute. He's
So, Carrie, they have a celebrity game where they...
Oh, so he's actually playing?
So there's a game, and then there's...
With celebrities, not sports celebrities, but...
I mean, some of them
Some
are...
of are sports.
Yeah, but so there's two teams. Ryan Smith, the owner of the Jazz, has a team, and Dwayne Wade, the other owner, has a team.
Okay.
And a lot of them are rap stars you won't know, but some people you would know. Hassan Minaj.
Yes, funny.
Janelle Monáe.
I know her.
She's pretty.
Zhang Ji.
Yes.
Simu Liu?
Simu Liu.
Simu Liu.
Shang-Chi.
Yeah. So a few people you know are going to be there.
Oh, good. Are they going to
that-
be playing it across the street here?
Yeah, man, they're doing something
Don't know.
here for.
Yeah.
Let's see weather. Sunny, high of 35. So today we should have fairly good air quality. Tomorrow is when we start building back the inversion and the haze. That's a good time to get in the habit of not idling your car and trip chaining, those sorts of things to keep that haze down to a minimum if we can. Next chance for maybe it blowing out of here would be Sunday, it looks like.
Just that $100,000 for flags, that's wrong. That was for crosswalk lights. I don't. So the only thing
Flags
quoted
are
here is $2 a flag.
Considerably less for
Yeah.
flags. All right.
Big and Little Cottonwood Canyon traction devices are in effect. The canyons are open, but you do need a traction device if you're going to head up there. Crash southbound I-15 at Pleasant Grove Boulevard. The off-ramp on the right shoulder is where you're seeing slowage there. And that looks like that is about it. If you see something, you can text us 33986.
All right, thank you. It is Geek News time, brought to you by...
The much-anticipated Magic set Phyrexia, available at Haster Games this weekend. Go to hastergames.com.
Thank you. Okay. Quick reminder that, well, first of all, the show The Last of Us just keeps on growing like a fungus. It keeps getting more and more ratings every episode. The word is getting out about this show. So more and more people are watching. And another reminder that you will be able to see episode 5 early to avoid the Super Bowl.
So you don't have to choose.
Yeah, you don't have to choose. You can watch episode 5 of The Last of Us on Friday evening on the HBO channel or HBO Max. So that's when they're going to release it, on Friday evening. So you don't have to miss it.
Okay.
Let's see now. The Mandalorian.
Yes.
Season 3.
Yes.
Coming back at the beginning of March. But Disney Plus, they saw the subscription numbers and they say we need to get more people in. The first one's free.
Mm-hmm.
So they're trying it again. They're throwing the first episode of The Mandalorian, Season 1, Episode 1, on your regular broadcast TV, hoping to snare the few people that are still out there with broadcast TV. So you'll be able to see that. Let's see. March 1st is when March 1st. Mandalorian Season 1, ABC, Freeform, and FX. So maybe you can have your parents' DVR grab it for you. When James Gunn announced all of the DC projects that he was going to be working on, and we're getting this movie, we're getting that movie, we're getting this TV show and that TV show, he is a magic man. The sales of those comic books went up. Amazon's current list of best-selling superhero comics and graphic novels, they're snatching up all the ones that he referenced in his press release. Morrison's Batman and Superman books, as well as Tom King's Supergirl. They're both in paperback and Kindle editions. Comics and graphic novels lists also shows the same 3 books in the top 14. Also, Absolute Swamp Thing by Alan Moore. And Warren Ellis's The Authority Omnibus, which is currently out of print. But it started to go on the secondary market.
Oh, okay.
So I would suggest that you sell your copy if you have it, and then just buy it when it gets inevitably reprinted coming up again soon, because people aren't buying it. We got the Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes announcement.
I'm listening.
Okay.
It is it is going to be a continuation of that absolutely wonderful trilogy that was just out recently. And it says the new Apes movie set many years after the conclusion of War for the Planet of the Apes. Many ape societies have grown from when the Moses-like Caesar brought his people to an oasis, while humans have been reduced to a pharaoh-like existence. They don't speak anymore. Some groups have never heard of Caesar, while others have contorted his teaching to build a burgeoning empire. One ape leader in this setting begins to enslave other groups to find human technology, while another ape, who has watched his clan be taken, embarks on a journey to find freedom. A young human woman becomes the key to the latter's quest. All I saw was looking for human technology, and I immediately thought of the second original Planet of the Apes movie where they find the bomb.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
You blew it up!
King of the Hill is coming back on Hulu, brand new.
Has it been off for a while?
It has been off for about 17 years.
Really?
I want to say.
Jeez, I didn't know that.
A long time.
Okay.
Yeah, 97.
Really?
Yeah. I asked for it. I didn't think I'd get it, but we're getting a second season of Hit Monkey on Hulu.
Somebody listened to you, Karen.
I'm not used to my prayers being answered. There you go. All right. Traffic, Gina, please.
45th South in Murray is closed heading west at 5th West. All traffic must turn right or left onto 5th West and not allowed to go through the intersection due to that crash. Also, a crash on the entrance ramp, 26 South to go southbound I-15 in Woods Cross. Vehicles are on the right shoulder there. Crash at the exit ramp from I-15 southbound in Pleasant Grove in Utah County. Vehicles are on the right shoulder. And Big and Little Cottonwood Canyons, traction devices are required right now. That's traffic.
Thank you. KXRK Provo. We will take a break. We will be back with, let's see, Angela Romero.
Representative Angela Romero from the Utah State Legislature.
Also, Boner of the Day coming up. And the X-Poll at 7:45. What would the official aroma, scent, be of the state of Utah?
Yeah. New Mexico is they're thinking about making the aroma of roasting chili peppers the state aroma. What should the Utah state aroma be?
Tell us. Coming up.
Utah.
Friday morning, I'm backing out of my driveway, and I see some water, a little bit of water there. Now, my water main is out in front, and it's in the middle of an elevated kind of a growing area, and it's surrounded by rose bushes.
Okay.
And so I saw some water coming out there.
From there?
From there. And I thought to myself, well, that's probably just a broken sprinkler head or something. Doesn't appear to be that much from where I'm sitting. I'll take care of it when I get home. So then I get text from Sue while we were in our meeting.
Well, I heard you talking about this.
What's going on? You know, there's like a lot of water out there. I said, oh, I was going to shut it off when I got home.
You didn't think it was that big a deal.
I didn't, and that was the problem. I should have let her know that I saw water in the morning so that she could go out and look at it. It turned out to be more than just a little problem. It was the main.
It busted?
Busted, and was leaking water. It was a river of water.
Yeah.
So we called the plumber, called two plumbers. Sue did. And the first plumber says, well, here's what I can do with a patch, but I can't do it until Monday.
You just let it gush until Monday?
Well, and I'm like, well, what about the water? And he goes, well, I can't get in there.
Is it like it'll undermine your driveway and all
well,
that
I mean,
kind of
it's just a lot of wasted water,
Yeah.
and I'm paying for it. You know, it's my.
Is it? It's not going to do any damage?
It wouldn't do any damage, I don't think. Not that much.
Okay.
But it's just wasted water.
Yeah.
So then the second plumber comes, and he says, here's what's going on. Your main is like 4 feet underground, and we're going to have to go in there, dig all that out,
Yeah.
fix the leak.
Yep.
He says, but then, you know, he says, you're an older home, so you got this galvanized pipe, and he starts going into it. And he says, what I would recommend, and this is not me trying to gouge you, what I would recommend is that we just go in there and we replace everything.
Oh, wow.
Including the main all the way into the house, and then the gear stuff, the main switch inside the house. So we should replace all that.
Yeah.
It's because, you know, it's old.
It's time.
It's time. Let's just do it. And we went, okay, let's do that. So, well, what do we do in the meantime with all this water? He's like, well, what I'd do first of all, this is the plumber, is fill up your bathtubs with water. Why is that? He goes, so you can go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
I said, what? No, you're not going to the bathroom in the tub. You're going to be taking buckets of water.
Using it to flush.
To flush so that you can still flush.
Yeah.
It's like the olden days, Carrie.
Because you're going to be without water for a while.
And he says and then fill up as many containers as you can of water throughout the house. And I said, well, how do we shut off this water? And he goes, well, I can't do that. You got to call the city. God. So we call the city. And it's like, yeah, we'll get up there when we can to shut off the water. And I wasn't happy about having the water shut off. Because we're having people over on Friday. I'm like, I'm sure somebody's going to need to use the bathroom. I'm going to ask them, hey, would you fill up the thing?
Yes,
no.
Scoop the bucket out of the...
Yeah. Could
Give
you?
them a bucket.
If you would, please.
Use the backyard.
So luckily my yard guy Spiro showed up. And if anybody knows how to go around the system, it's my yard guy Spiro. He says, oh, I can shut off your main, sure. I can show you how to shut it off.
I'm not supposed to, but
I'm
I
not
can
supposed to.
Okay.
But I'll show you. Here's how you do it, and here's how you can turn it back on. So if you want to shower, just turn it on.
Oh,
and then
I see.
So Spiro comes through in a clinch. But today, that means they're going to have to be doing all this. So the whole weekend, we've been without water.
So you haven't been turning it off and on?
We turn it off and on once a day for like an hour.
Like it's shower time?
So it's like we all jumped in the
dishes.
shower yesterday. We did dishes and all of that stuff for an hour yesterday. And
How come a plumber couldn't figure out how to turn it off?
Well, it's not figuring it out. There's probably a
not supposed to do it?
liability
yeah,
reason.
liabilities and ethics and things like
You're
that.
not supposed to.
That's the city's thing. The main is the meter is the city's thing, and that's not what I do.
So God bless Spiro, Carrie.
Yeah. Carrie, my friend, I show you how to
Spiro will go around the law.
Yeah,
He will. He's got no problem. So, yeah, it's weird because I've been waterless all weekend, and I've been, besides the shower thing, which is a problem. I showered yesterday. I'm not showered now, so I'm staying away from you guys.
Oh, you're fine.
But I realize how much water I waste just doing things, like brushing your teeth.
Yeah.
That's just one example.
Do you let the water run while you brush teeth?
I don't, but even then, I don't need to even have that much water to brush your teeth.
You need a little.
Yeah, you need maybe 6 to 8 ounces.
Just
if that.
Wet the brush and the paste.
Wet the brush and the paste, rinse
that's it.
the whole thing. You don't need that much water to do a lot of the things
this is
that
a
you
good
need.
learning experience.
Yeah, and the big containers of water that we've got up in the kitchen for drinking water.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking about how much water I waste on a daily basis.
Yeah, you don't need. You can. You got whiskey.
Yeah,
you don't
exactly.
need to drink water.
Exactly. But what happened as soon as Spiro turned off the main? What happened?
I don't know.
I walked in the house and I was immediately thirsty. I think it was a cycle, and I've been thirsty all weekend.
I was thirsty and I had to pee.
I am thirsty all weekend because of that, because I know I don't have any water.
Now, so have you done the bucket thing?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
A few times now. All right, let's get Angela on the phone here. There we go.
So Representative Angela Romero for the Utah State Legislature. Good morning. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm just keen. Thanks. You are the minority leader up there, right?
Yes, I'm the minority leader of the House Democrats, and Senator Escamilla is the minority leader of the Senate Democrats. And this is the first time in the history of the legislature you have two women of color leading both both the House and the Senate.
So you guys are the only two Democrats up there this time. Right?
Feels like it sometimes, but no. Actually, there's 14 Democrats in the House and 6 Democrats in the Senate.
That's okay.
That's more than I expected.
Yeah. So what have you considered? Let me just ask you how you voted, and I think I could guess, and what you felt about the LGBTQ legislation that was passed.
I definitely voted against, and the way we handled this is one of our members spoke about her personal experience and people that she loves, and I felt like that conversation on the House floor toned down rhetoric, and so I felt like that was very helpful, but definitely did not support legislation that would target our transgender youth or just our transgender community at all. And so the things that myself and Senator Escamilla are doing is we're talking about what Democrats are doing versus talking about our reaction to what Republicans do. And so we're trying to highlight and uplift our members and talk about how they stand against legislation that hurts our transgender youth.
All right, well, do that. What are you doing that you would like to tell us about that you're proud of?
I'm the co-chair of the Murdered and Missing Indigenous Relatives Task Force, and so that bill just passed both chambers. And so we were able to get funding for that last year to do some research on issues that we want to look at in the future. And so that task force has carried on until 2024. Rosemary Lesser is working on maternal health issues, so hoping to get help for mothers after they have their children for 12 months for postpartum depression. There are a ton of different issues that our members are working on. Senator Escamilla is working on legislation to make sure that all kids have access to health care regardless of their status. And so, of course, I work on all sexual assault issues. I'm working on a bill right now to define what a rape crisis center is, because right now in code it's not separated from an institution, so that we can do standards of care when it comes to rape crisis centers, so we can find more funding. As you know, most of my legislative career has been focused on sexual assault, domestic violence, and human trafficking, and there is some hope when it comes to bipartisanship on this issue. In particular, I'm working with the Lieutenant Governor and Representative Ken Ivory. He and I may not agree on public land issues, but we definitely agree that we have to fund more. We have to provide more funding for domestic violence, sexual assault, and sex trafficking.
Is it how long have you been in the legislature? How many terms have you served?
I'm on my 11th term.
Oh, wow. You're a veteran then.
I mean, 11th year, not 11th term. That would make me super old. My 11th.
Yeah.
So I'm my 11th year in the legislature, and so I went from working for Rocky Anderson in Salt Lake City, and I still work for Salt Lake City Corporation, and I've worked under 3 different mayors, and then I went into the legislature. So I've always been surrounded in the city in this bubble of, progressive policymakers and progressive individuals. And so you go up to the state legislature, and for me, it was culture shock. But now I've learned how to navigate. And I think it's easy for us to villainize our counterparts.
Well, it's really easy.
Many of them,
it's incredibly
easy. Many of them step into poop all the time. But I have to admit, I do have a good working relationship with them because people have forgotten about civility, and the way I lead is through civility. Like, I had Mike Noel text me the other day. He hasn't been in the legislature for a while. And he and I did not agree on public lands either. But we found ways to connect. And so as a Democrat in the state legislature, you definitely have to push back on your colleagues because that's what our job is to do. But it's how you do it. And so I feel like as a legislator, I've been effective in pushing the policies that I care about, which is sexual assault prevention and domestic violence.
Yes, Carrie has a question.
To have a conversation.
Carrie has a question.
Well, we just need to wrap this up. What is there civilly, as you said? What can we do, or is it too late to try to put a halt to these trans legislation?
Oh, it's already passed.
It is passed, and the governor has signed it.
Oh, yeah.
Well, what can we do?
I can tell you what people need to do is they need to contact their elected officials, but it doesn't just happen when we're up there at the Capitol. People need to be in touch with who their elected officials and identify what they're running and where they stand. And people need to vote. I mean, this is the one thing I really emphasize. There were races that Democrats lost by 65 votes, by 147 votes, which they should have won. But, it's so discouraging, I know, at times, because the legislature here in Utah is kind of like the Donald Trump of, when he was president. And it's easy to get frustrated and not want to vote and not want to participate, but that's why, and you could be mad about gerrymandering, but what I've told teachers and what I've told other people, come election time, get out there, knock on doors for Democrats, and vote.
Well, let's get a list of all the ones who voted for the trans stuff, and let's vote them out.
Well, that would be every Republican. Pretty much.
Okay, there we go. That's a good start.
Thank you for being with us, Angela Romero, State Representative Angela Romero. We'll talk to you again before the end of the session, and thanks for taking some time.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
All right. Let's see. Traffic, please, Gina.
Yeah.
Whoa, sorry.
We have a crash, I-15 southbound approaching the SR-92 exit in Lehigh. HOV lane and left shoulder are blocked there. Crash at the entrance ramp, 26 south to southbound I-15 in Woods Cross. And 45th South in Murray is closed, heading west at 5th West. All traffic must turn right or left onto 5th West, not allowed to go through the intersection due to that crash. Downtown Winter Market is open Saturdays at the Gateway, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Shop fresh produce, meats, unique gift ideas in the craft market. More information at slcfarmersmarket.org.
We've got boners coming up. Here are the candidates you'll be considering this time around. Boner candidate number 1. Well, you should have the right to be a bigot and a bully if you live in Montana. Boner candidate number 2. Thanks a lot, Tommy. We were all wondering what they looked like. And boner candidate number 3. Let's tell the Royals you just can't play anymore.
I agree. All right, boners, big boy news, all coming up. Stand by.
Our producer, Katie, for short, is in the studio, and she got married over
I'm back, yeah.
over
I
the
told you
weekend.
I'd come back married, and I'm married.
Did you change your last name, Katie?
Yeah, we did, completely.
Okay, so
we
what
told
is
you
it?
about this forever ago instead of taking his name because I didn't want his last name. And there's too many Joneses. We changed our last name to Solo.
Like legally.
Like legally,
That's your
we are
legal
changing
name.
our last name to Solo. Yes.
Katie, Mr. and Mrs. Solo.
Yes.
S-O-L-O.
S-O-L-O.
Well, it was a lovely wedding, but I just have to say
it was cold.
I haven't received my thank you card for the gift yet.
Oh. Let's be honest here.
Why haven't you sent out my thank you card
I almost brought them. I'm not even kidding. I almost brought your thank you cards. So I was like, well, it might be easier to do this, but they're not done.
It's now up in so we're in Mill Creek Canyon, and it's rainy and snowy and cold. How did you feel about all of that? Because it was largely, a lot of it was outdoors.
Well, so I knew it was going to rain. I didn't know how badly it was going to rain. I woke up that morning and I looked outside and I was like, oh yeah, okay, great. We're going to have rain no matter what. There's nothing I can do about it. Hopefully it's not too bad. We get up there, we start getting set, and it starts downpouring. And I was like, oh no. I don't know how they're going to do this. I didn't know if they had tents for the guests to do the ceremony. Like, I had no idea what they had because they were like, oh, well, we're expecting, like, really light rain. And I was like, okay, but, like, what's our backup plan here? And then it started downpouring, and I was like, well, it is what it is. I have no idea what's going to happen. I'm going to go hide in my room. And I went and hid in the bridal room.
I mean, that's a good attitude because there are brides that would have had a meltdown.
Complete
about
and total,
that.
yeah.
And then I looked outside in the bridal room, and I realized it was snowing. And I was like, okay, well, better snow than torrential downpour of rain because at least it's a little less wet. It's going to be a little bit colder, but, you know, at least it could be worse.
You looked lovely, by the way.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
The long train on your dress was quite spectacular.
I don't know. I don't know if we have pictures for x96.com.
We do not. I did not save any, but they are all up on my Instagram and my Facebook and Twitter. But I will be posting a bunch of them later on our stuff.
Now, we kind of booked out of there pretty quick, right after the ceremony.
Yeah.
So I'm still expecting my 2 drinks.
Well, that's your
my
fault.
2 free drinks.
That's not.
I didn't use them, so.
Well,
so
you
I
had
have
that
them
whole bottle
to me.
of whiskey, that ginger whiskey you said you were going to share with me.
Oh, yeah.
You
I
had
just
that
kept
whole
that.
bottle, so there's your 2 drinks.
And then tell us about the food. What was the food like?
So we had these really great Wagyu beef meatballs that were actually
meatballs.
really spectacular.
Well,
but then we also had this halibut for these appetizers. It was this halibut with like this tzatziki sauce on it. Oh, it was phenomenal. And I loved the waitresses because I'm sitting up there getting all of the photos taken, just standing there in the snow. So I'm freezing. And all these waitresses are like sneaking up to me and they're like, here's this. And they kept handing me food. And I was like, you are phenomenal people.
Yeah, because a lot of times
I'm sorry, go ahead.
At your wedding, you don't get to eat.
That's all I've ever heard. And so I was like, I'm going to make an effort to actually eat this food.
Who made the food?
Mill Creek Inn. They have their own personal chef.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then there was like a caprese on a...
I like the way it looked. You know, they had it all set up under the tents and
Yeah.
stuff. It looked very nice.
Yeah, we were trying to keep everybody dry as can be. Carrie held some lights over my head when I walked down the aisle with my dad.
It wasn't just that, Katie. I don't know if you know, Carrie Jackson saved the day.
Oh, with the with those lights
every
being
member
down,
every member of the
know.
wedding party came. Carrie noticed the first one, and he went and grabbed the lights. And
They were
held them.
hanging low, and the first couple people that came through were having to duck to go under these lights, and Carrie jumped up
with his beautiful umbrella
and held the lights up.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate
no problem
that.
at all.
I said I think Carrie should have gotten a boutonniere for that.
I would agree. Carrie should have gotten a boutonniere. Had I been able to come find you a little bit earlier, because I wanted a photo with you guys.
Well, when we arrived, I went inside to try to find you, and there were.
I wish somebody had been like, "Hey, they're here." I would have happily like brought you guys back for a minute to
but
get
it was
a
just,
photo.
Everyone was inside because it was snowing,
I know.
and it was just too many people in there, and I just couldn't do it.
Yeah,
so
that's kind
so
of
I
why I
backed
figured
out.
you guys kind of took off as
and
soon
then
as you could. And
after the
stuff, so.
ceremony, again, everybody
went.
went back inside, and I stepped in. I went toward the back to see if you were just back there shaking hands or saying hi. But you were. I said, "Where is she?" And she's like, "Oh, she's in the back room changing." And I'm like, okay.
I wasn't.
I gave
I
gave your husband a nice,
He said you talked to him for a minute.
Yeah.
That was really sweet of you.
So there was just so many people in that small area
and
that it just.
That's exactly what I figured for you guys. And so I was like, they
Sorry.
took off. It's totally fine.
If it had been all outside and everything, we would have been
If
there.
it had been as planned.
Yes.
Had been as planned.
Now, what's one thing that went wrong, spectacularly wrong?
Oh,
Anything?
I thought I lost a groomsman outfit. Straight up thought I lost a groomsman outfit. And I was like, all right, well, if we don't have it, we don't have it. Person's not in the wedding. Like, I was so done at that point. And my matron of honor best friend comes over. She goes, what are you doing on the phone? She realizes it's Andy on the phone. She goes, go away. Grabs my phone. Figures it all out with my husband.
Now,
and I got kicked into the bridal room.
Was there any thought, because it was cold and raining and even snowing, was there any thought of saying to the Universal Life Church guy who performed the ceremony, why don't you cut it a little bit?
I would have mentioned something had I seen him before the wedding or like before like the whole ceremony itself, which I hadn't.
It was nice,
but it was a little long.
It kind of went on.
It was a little long, but at the same time, I mean, I was okay with it. My bridesmaids and I were the ones freezing because
Yeah.
we were the ones out in the snow.
Yeah, the men had jackets on and stuff.
Y'all were sleeveless.
And yeah,
They looked
so-
great, by the way. I thought all your bridesmaids had different kind of jewel-toned fall color dresses. They're very pretty.
Yeah, it was all dark rustic fall colors. I didn't want any of them to properly match, which is why all their hair was different. Their dresses were different, and then each of them, for their gift, was given a geometric style pendant of their favorite dinosaur.
Now who were you wearing?
Who were you wearing?
I don't know. Fantasy Bridal is who I was wearing.
You were wearing Fantasy. It was the designer.
That's where I got my dress. I don't know who the actual designer was.
Do you keep the dress?
Yes. Oh yeah. I'm actually possibly more than likely going to repurpose the dress into something a little bit shorter so I can actually wear again.
Part of
to
that
other
train would make
places.
really good rags to buff the wax on your car.
No, that train would make a beautiful shawl, just like the shawl my aunt made me.
There you go.
My aunt made me a beautiful Stevie Nicks shawl, which I didn't get to show you guys, but I was planning on wearing later on someday.
Now, so you didn't go on a honeymoon, really?
No, we kind of looked at Lost Lands as our honeymoon, but we're also saving up money to try and get out to Hawaii to go to where they filmed like Jurassic Park and stuff. Yeah, Kauai.
What's a beautiful place.
Yeah, and so
the Nepali coastline.
So we're saving up money from those that donated to our money fund and stuff to do that.
Well, that's what we did. So I'm expecting my thank you note.
Oh, don't you worry,
tomorrow.
they're coming. It's
Katie, don't worry about it. Whenever you get around to it, it's just
you guys
Thanks.
accept. You guys just let people get away with stuff.
Now, see, here's the thing: is that E-Rock was the DJ.
Yes.
And I was hoping to get to hear him do some DJing, but I
Yeah.
didn't. But he did play the exit music.
Mm-hmm.
And was I the only one that knew that was Star Wars music?
I think so.
No, my wife went, Star Wars?
When we announced the last name, now only a handful of people knew our last name. So when we announced our last name as husband and wife, that was for the first time of the families really knowing it or anything like that. And so I wanted,
really? None of your...
yeah. Most of my mom was the only one of my family that knew. But so that was kind of like the big announcement, and then we finished off with the epic Star Wars theme.
Because it wasn't obvious. It was very subtle, and that was great.
But it's also the song that makes Andy cry continuously.
Oh, that particular theme. Yeah.
It's so good.
And also my wife, as we were walking to the car, said, thanks, now I got Star Wars going through my head all day.
There you go.
Also, subtle Jurassic Park music throughout as well.
Carrie noticed.
Yeah.
Thank you for getting those hints. And the song I walked down the aisle to was actually "Come Little Children" from Hocus Pocus.
Yes.
It was the piano version.
Now, was there any food left?
No, actually, everybody ate everything, which was pretty awesome. And not everybody showed up, which was kind of cool too, because less people, less money. But I also wasn't expecting as many tequila shots as were offered to me. It was a lot of tequila.
And Nick,
celebrating.
Nick, our coworker, Nick's your buddy, Nick's your pal. I asked him, "Did you make it up to the wedding?" And he said, "I got there just in time to see the groom cry."
Oh.
I know. I don't know what was he crying at some point about something.
You know,
Oh no, not the groom. I'm sorry.
Father?
It was your father.
My father.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Oh, did he cry at your toast?
So my dad, I've seen my dad cry a handful of times, and I mean like my entire life from 27, a handful of times.
That's because he's a real man.
When we did our first look, he took one breath
Pure,
before he stepped into the...
A special shortened remix.
It was just fine. Just fine. Nothing to see here. Move along.
Jeannie, you missed it.
Oh, no. What'd you do?
I was able to
crossfade.
Did you DJ Kerry Jackson?
Which was difficult. It was noticeable, though.
A little bit, but not bad.
But not horrible, because I'm not used to doing it with this digital stuff. I'm used with the records.
Yeah.
See, I picked the wrong... I meant to play the single version, because that's 35 years ago today that they released on this day, the fourth single. From Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Kiss Me.
Popped up the 10-minute remix.
Hot, 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 and I accidentally put the 10-minute remix in, so I had to, from another source, pull in the single version.
And then you did the end? Did you get the end of it?
Second time I saw it strike is when I joined, so if you go back and listen to it, you'll hear
well done.
Slightly off.
The 10-minute version is better.
It is better
than the original.
All right, time now for Boner of the Day. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to be Boner of the Day for today. February 9, 2023. We'll give you two candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all three, then you'll vote. One of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
I can't buy it. Got to win it. Radio from Hell boner t-shirt.
Boner candidate number one, you have the right to be a bigot and bully people if you live in Montana. Dozens gather on the steps of the... Oh, wait, no, that's the caption of the picture. Montana schools would not be able to punish students who purposely misgender or dead name their transgender peers under a Republican-backed legislative proposal that opponents argue will increase bullying of children who are already struggling for acceptance. The proposal, co-sponsored by more than 24 Republican lawmakers, would declare that it's not discrimination to use a transgender classmate's legal name or refer to them by their birth gender. Schools would be prevented from adopting policies to punish students who do so. It comes amid a wave of legislation this year in Montana and other conservative states, Utah, to limit or ban gender-affirming medical care for transgender youth. Montana's Senate passed a ban on gender-affirming medical care or surgery for minors on Wednesday. The proposal on misgendering and dead naming is apparently the only existing legislation of its kind in the country this year. This would make Montana unique in enshrining the right to be bigoted toward the right and the right to bully trans children in the state code. So what this is saying, dead naming and misgendering, if a student says...
On purpose.
If a student says, I would like you to refer to me as they, them, and my gender is this, I identify as she, and I would prefer... And if you say, well, I'm going to call you Carla because that's your name, and you're a girl, or you're a boy, or whatever, then you can't be... That hurts people who are transgendered. It hurts them. It bullies them.
How
so
hard
you
is
can
it
do
to
that
call
in Montana.
People what they want to be called.
Not
This
at all.
is not a
Not at all.
problem.
It's easy.
Not at all. Boner candidate number one, you have the right to be a bigot and bully people in Montana. Boner candidate number two, thanks, Tommy. We were all wondering what they looked like. I clicked on it and looked at the picture. After posting a shocking full-frontal nude photo on social media over the summer, Motley Crue drummer Tommy Lee has shown the world the rest of himself by sharing a picture of his testicles hanging down and his butt. So it's a picture of his butt with his testicles hanging down.
Good Lord, Tommy.
Last year's selfie got a lot of attention, but it appears the internet is much less amused this time around. Apparently not keen on restricting this type of imagery to his OnlyFans account. The 60-year-old uploaded the image to Twitter last night, making a joke about nuts in relation to the age-old pun about testicles, tagging the all-ages Mr. Peanut brand in the process.
Oh, geez.
Hey, Mr. Peanut, let's collaborate. I'll bring the nuts.
Oh, boy.
And it's a picture of his, and there was a link to it, and there they are.
What it is.
His balls are hanging down.
Okay.
Well, let's talk about his Hair Club for Men dye job on his beard. How about that?
Boner candidate number two. Thanks, Tommy. We were all wondering what they looked like. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number three. Let's tell the Royals you just can't play anymore.
All right. Boner candidate number three coming up after this. Big boy news and opinioendo brought to you by...
Become a nurse in just 32 months at Nightingale College, blending online classes with on-ground supervised field experience. Virtual college, actual nursing. Start your nursing journey at nightingale.edu. Now accepting enrollment for summer semester.
I'm guessing you already know about this, Gina.
What?
Well, you know that Grease is the word.
Of course.
But the Pink Ladies...
It's got groove. It's got feeling.
The Pink Ladies are the ones to watch in the first full-length trailer for the upcoming musical series, Grease, Rise of the Pink Ladies, which chronicles how the iconic all-female high school group came together. Set 4 years before the events of Grease, as Gina just pointed out, a prequel.
A prequel, yeah.
Which followed a group of seniors during their final year of high school. In 1958, the prequel will show how four fed-up outcasts dared to have fun on their own terms.
Let's get a look at this.
Sparking a moral panic that will change Rydell High forever. I didn't bother to watch this.
Thank you for the best summer of my short life.
And welcome to the 1954 to 55 school year.
Livia,
saved you a seat on
Yeah,
my
okay.
lap.
I'm all over this.
Yep, you'll enjoy that.
We promised Roy and Bill we'd eat lunch with them today.
To end the divisions
Wait a minute. All right. Wait a minute.
What?
I thought Rydell High was an all-white school.
Yeah.
I mean, it was.
It was?
I don't
Not
remember.
anymore.
Not anymore.
Oh,
You have to put people of color in there now.
It's funny that the original Grease is so racist.
Yes.
But anyway.
Listen to this story. This is homeless advocates in Salt Lake say they've been offered money to temporarily house homeless people during the upcoming NBA All-Star Game. Quote,
Really?
they're trying to show the world, the NBA, everybody, that Salt Lake City is this clean, pristine place that's vibrant, and any kind of homeless situation will bring down that vibe and will bring down the image that our mayor wants to portray to the world, said Carl Moore of Our Unsheltered Relatives. An offer was made to help fund the Second Coalition's movie nights at the First United Methodist Church over the NBA All-Star Game weekend, citing safety concerns, said Wendy Garvin, a member of the Second Coalition. Initially, advocates were inclined to say no to the offer because it's clearly just an offer to, let's get the homeless out, let's make them so they're out of sight.
Mm-hmm.
There was some debate about whether or not we wanted the city to look as bad as they are right now, just letting the truth be known. And the challenge that we kept running into is that we didn't want to do that at the expense of our unsheltered friends, she said. If there is a risk of our unsheltered population getting more harassment from police and just generally more at risk of arrest, things like that, during that weekend, which that could happen, then we could at least provide some sort of respite for that. So homeless advocates say that the funding proposal that was offered, they're talking about it and they may do it. But they're doing it. These funds are not being offered out of compassion for the homeless. No. It's just to get them out of sight.
It would be nice if that could be
Yeah.
a more permanent solution.
The mountains disappear. Sore throats plague non-smokers. People describe the air as soupy and gross. Could it really be February in Salt Lake City without snow-capped mountains and a little pollution-induced hacking cough? Inversion is back in full force last week with a thick layer of pollution blanketing northern Utah. And it's going to come back. The bipartisan Clean Air Caucus at the Utah State Legislature has talked about new bills aimed at helping Utahns breathe easier. Many of the bills and requests for appropriations center on the shrinking Great Salt Lake. We know if the lake turns into a giant open-air salt flat, we're not going to be in good shape, said Representative Joel Briscoe, Republican of Salt Lake. The bills may not immediately affect air quality, but they will have a positive effect. One request for appropriation from Doug Owens of Mill Creek focused on beefing up the monitoring of the impacts of the Salt Lake dust. The governor's budget also calls for a Wasatch Front dust study. I don't know. It's just when you say that we're going to study these things, it's just, you're not doing anything.
Well, studying them, though, Bill, helps them figure out what they need to do.
There's a report that the Great Salt Lake drying up, and let's see who did this. There are actual recommendations. Science-based assessment concluded in a new report on Wednesday. Here are the things that they said that can be done to help save the lake. Leverage wet years, like we're having now. Set a lake elevation range goal.
Well, they already voted that down.
Yeah, but they could come back to it. Invest in conservation. Invest in water monitoring and modeling. Develop a holistic water management plan and request an in-depth analysis of policy options. The Great Salt Lake, they say, can be saved. You want every single lie told by George Santos?
Do we have time?
We need a whole show.
Just quick. He lied about where he went to high school. He lied about where he went to college. He never worked on Wall Street. So where did his money come from? Well,
We'd love to know, wouldn't we?
That's part of the investigation.
Yeah, is the money legit? Well, he lied about founding an animal charity. He allegedly swindled a disabled vet whose dog was dying. And what's the deal with his marriage? Huh? That's kind of odd. It's unclear if his mother's death was related to 9/11. as he said it was. His grandmother was definitely not a Holocaust victim, and he did not have employees who died in the Pulse shooting.
Nope.
Is he Jew-ish or Jewish?
Nope.
Was he a drag queen in Brazil?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, well, maybe.
That's the one thing I don't care about.
Was George Santos on Hannah Montana?
No.
He said he was.
Yeah. Oh, you didn't hear that one? Yeah.
Was he a Broadway producer? Spider-Man Turn Off the Dark?
No.
Was he really a journalist in Brazil?
No.
His campaign has reportedly caused a lot of trouble. Well, that's true.
Yes.
Was he really the target of an assassination in December?
No.
So what has he said about his life that is actually true?
Nothing.
Yeah.
That's the thing. We don't know what is true about his life.
Yeah.
You missed that he was a volleyball star in college and had to have both knees replaced. You missed that. That wasn't.
I didn't see that.
Oh yeah. Both of his knees replaced because they won so hard.
Yeah.
Also, his shoes were stolen in downtown New York City. They stole his shoes and robbed him, even though there's no police report about that.
Listen to this. Young blood studies have been focusing on infusing older patients with the blood of younger, healthier
I've
people.
seen this movie.
Yeah. While these transfusions show promise at turning back the clock, a new study finds scientists may be able to do this without using somebody else's blood. Researchers from Columbia University say that an anti-inflammatory drug can rejuvenate the system which makes blood, possibly increasing the human lifespan by decades.
What could go wrong?
An aging blood system, because it's a vector for a lot of proteins and stuff, has a lot of bad consequences for the organism, for the person. But if we can use an anti-inflammatory to beef up those things, then you'll have young blood. Your blood will get younger, and it'll keep you alive longer.
There's this book
allegedly
by Peter Heller, and it's about this fancy rich people commune, and they kidnap young people and bring them there to transfuse them, give them young blood.
And James Carville, you remember him? He's political advisor and strategist. He says Marjorie Taylor Greene is white trash.
Yes.
So I agree with that. All right, that's it.
All right. Weather, traffic?
So today, sunny, high of 35. That haze is going to build back in tomorrow and over the weekend, so be aware of that and be aware of your driving. Do what you can to help. Don't idle your car and try to plan your day out the least amount of driving possible you can.
Yeah.
Let's see, traffic. We have crash I-15 southbound approaching SR-92 exit in Lehigh. The HOV lane and shoulder are blocked there. Crash at the entrance ramp 26 south southbound I-15 in Woods Cross. I haven't seen an update on this. It was last reported about an hour ago. 45th south in Murray closed heading west at 5th west. If you're in that area and can let me know if you're still stuck there, that would be helpful. I haven't seen UDOT update that. Crash eastbound SR 108 Antelope Drive. This is 3 miles west off I-15 in Davis County. The center lanes are closed there. And like I said, if you see something, let us know. Text us 33986.
Don't forget the X-Poll is coming up. We'll start the X-Poll as soon as we award Boner of the Day. And the X-Poll today is, what should be the official scent
aroma
of Utah?
Yeah. New Mexico is considering making roasted green chilies the state aroma. Yeah.
So think about that.
Yeah.
All right, time for Boner candidate number 3.
By the way, James Carville says, you know what? When stupid people vote, you know who they nominate?
Yep.
Other stupid people.
That's right.
Here's Boner candidate number 3. Let's tell the Royals you just can't play anymore. This story, this bugs. The player was kneeling on the court to lace up his Nikes when he heard it. The announcer had just bellowed his name to substitute into the game, and the student section from the opposing team responded to his appearance on the sideline by barking, quietly at first, then loudly. And then this student realized this is happening again. Last year, the player had come to Roy High for the annual basketball matchup with Hunter High. Mm-hmm. The same student section heard his name, saw his skin color, and taunted him for being Asian American. They called him a dog eater. He had worried about coming back this year, but he was assured it's going to be okay. He talked to his parents, and he talked to coaches who had talked to administrators from both high schools, both Roy and Hunter, and he was told, as well as officials with the Utah High School Activities Association, the Roy students would be lectured about the slur and they would not repeat it.
So the boner is that he believed them. No?
No. But 1 year later, it happened again.
Yeah.
Now, the high school sports association could, I suppose, and I think they should just say, you know what, Roy High,
you're out.
You can't play, but you can't play anymore.
Exactly.
A year's suspension. No sports activities. Boner candidate number 3.
Let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. You have the right to be a bigot and bully people if you live in Montana. It's a Montana proposed bill that would let students misgender their classmates. Boner candidate number 2. Thanks, Tommy. We were all wondering what they looked like. Tommy Lee, Motley Crue, posting a photo of his testicles. And boner candidate number 3, let's tell the Royals you just can't play anymore.
All right, thank you. Time to vote for boner of the day. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth. Katie will take your live voice vote at 877-602-9696. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box. It says Boner of the Day, February 9, 2023. You can go there now and look at the stories and read them and click and vote. If you don't see that box, refresh your internet browser. It'll appear. Go ahead. You only have 4 minutes to get your vote in, because as soon as we award Boner of the Day, we're going to start the X poll. What should the official scent of Utah be? Think about it. Call us. Coming up after these. Thank you.
Don't miss a single moment.
Hey, listen, I was wrong, or maybe I was right. Yesterday, we were talking about TV shows, and I was saying that show, The Watcher, and I'd watched 2 episodes of it, and my wife and I, we didn't care for it. Just went, it's not that good. Not going to watch it. Well, I don't know. We needed something to watch last night for some reason, so we watched the 3rd episode. And I went, oh. Okay.
Now you get it.
Now maybe. And I want you to tell me a little bit about the real story.
Okay.
But I said, oh, yeah, okay. And as a matter of fact, as the episode went on, I said to my wife, I'm getting queasy.
Yeah.
Just because something's going to happen that's just icky.
Now,
I can tell.
Have you seen your friend in it at all yet?
Yeah, she's been in and gone, and I won't tell you how.
Okay.
But Margot Martindale. Now, so I liked it, and I'm going to keep watching it. But then I saw something online today. It said people are upset with the finale, and they think it stinks, the last episode of The Watcher. But I'll find out for myself. But I don't really know the real story.
So the real story is there is no ending. The real story is the family moved, and they never found out what happened.
Did they?
So the TV show that you're watching, they try to tie it together, but in the real story, they still don't know who the Watcher is.
So I don't want to give anything away, but in the real story, do they find out about the history of the house?
Yeah.
And creepy stuff about the history of the house? Okay.
Yeah.
Because that's in the 3rd episode. There's the last third of it. You just go, oh my, yeah.
Yeah, that's why this got it. If it were just a story about we got notes in our mailbox and that was weird. If that's all it was, it wouldn't be a TV
Well, I
show.
was wondering if the real story was that, and then they embellished it.
No, I mean there's embellishment, of course.
Because if that happened in real life, they just got notes and notes and notes, that'd be pretty creepy. But
Yeah.
So, but this is not an embellishment, or you don't.
I mean, I haven't seen.
You don't
it.
know what the event they describe is.
But there is a history with the house.
I'll
and in the TV show, they try to tie it up. Whereas in real life, it's just like, well, we'll never know.
Okay. I'll try to. Unless you're going to watch it. Or you probably don't care. Off the air, I'll tell you what happened.
Okay.
Okay. And then you can tell me if that jives with the real story. Because it was creepy.
You know, speaking of, I mean, if we still have a second, Carrie.
We got about a half second, sure.
Bill, you did the story yesterday about these 4 friends that were out biking and found in the river.
Oh yeah, their bodies were found in the river.
Well, well, not just their bodies, their dismembered bodies.
Yes.
Oh, it didn't say that.
Yeah, this is a new detail that has come.
Their dismembered bodies, and
new S has come to light.
They were not just going out for a bike ride. They were going out to steal stuff
on their bikes. And
they stopped by a friend's house, and they said, "Hey, you want to come with us? We're going to go steal stuff." And the friend went, "Yeah, no, I don't want to do that." But the friend knew where they were going, which was some salvage yard somewhere. And so now the suspect is the guy that owns the salvage yard. Like, maybe he came upon them stealing stuff, and he wasn't having none of it.
It's always the crusty old caretaker of the salvage yard who does it.
And cuts up the body.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it wasn't just...
He couldn't have just shot them because they were stealing.
No.
Well, you got to dispose of the bodies in the river.
Yeah.
If I cut them up,
You know. I had to. I just had to. What other choice did I have?
That's right. Bobby Cannavale acts with his eyebrows, though. They enter the room before he does.
Yeah, they always do. 7:47, we're going to award Boner of the Day now, but as soon as we're done, well, actually, you could start calling now if you'd like, because the lines are cleared out. 877-602-9696. If Utah had a scent, an official scent.
Aroma, what's the smell of Utah?
What would it be?
I'll tell you more about it coming up. All right.
Boner of the Day right now. Let's award it.
Yes, and it's brought to you in part by Chili Verde Pork.
And cold and flu season is here. Boost your immunity now with Prime IV Riverwoods. Get a hydration drip, vitamin C with zinc, B12 drip for just $79 introductory offer. Get current offers on their Facebook page at Prime IV Riverwoods or call 385-383-6291.
Well, Boner candidate number 1, you have a right to be a bigot and bully people if you live in Montana. That got a lot of votes.
A lot of votes?
81 votes. But not enough to beat number 3. Let's just tell the Royals you can't play ball anymore. You can't. 153 votes wins Boner of the Day.
Makes sense. There you go. It's your Boner of the Day for today, February 9, 2023. Now qualified to be Boner of the Week. That'll happen on Friday with Dave the Flower Guy. He will just decide at about 9:50 Friday morning.
The X-Poll.
It's brought to you by Feldman's Deli, Utah's authentic Jewish deli. Expanded hours, now open Tuesday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. Breakfast till 10:30. Lunch, dinner, live music Fridays and Saturdays. More information at feldmansdeli.com.
They're seriously considering this in New Mexico. Naming the scent of roasting green chili peppers, which is very distinctive, and I like it.
Yeah, Herman's does it once a year.
They have a big chili fest.
Yeah. So they're considering naming the scent of roasting green chili peppers as the official state aroma. If they did that, they would be the first state with an official aroma. So I think maybe we ought to try and beat them to it. In addition to the more typical designation of state flower, which in New Mexico, which is the yucca, the the state bird, which is the roadrunner. The state tree is the pine tree. New Mexico has a designated state aircraft, hot air balloon.
What?
A state cookie, bizcocho, and necklace, Native American squash blossom necklace. But they want their official aroma to be the aroma of roasting green chili peppers. So what do you think the aroma of Utah should be? Let us know what your opinion is. 877-602-9696. What should the official aroma of Utah be?
I was just looking up to see if we have a state cookie because I want.
Oh, surely we have. It's got to be just a traditional Toll House chocolate chip cookie because we're so boring.
We have a state cooking pot.
The Dutch oven.
Dutch oven.
Let's see. Let's go to Jennifer. Jennifer will start the suggestions.
Hi, Jennifer.
Hi.
What should
Hi,
be?
thanks for letting me listen.
Yeah, you're welcome. What should be the official aroma of Utah?
Lime green Jello.
It does have an aroma, but you have to get kind of close to it.
Yeah, it's very faint.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, sure.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Jennifer.
All right.
Thanks.
That's a start. That's a start. Okay.
You know, I thought that the Dutch oven was the official Utah state aroma, but again,
Bill Allred.
but then I realized it was the cooking.
Let's go to Holly.
Holly, hi. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from American Fork.
And what would be the official state aroma of Utah?
I thought cookies in honor of the Cookie Wars.
Oh,
We do have cookie wars.
We do have. We have. This is where the wars are being fought.
So we'd have to. We'd have to wait till there's a winner of the war, and then it would be the aroma
That's right.
of their cookies
Yeah.
baking, right?
Well, but the point of the war is that they're the same cookies, so it would smell the same no matter
I
what.
see.
So
Yeah.
we could come up with one.
Yeah. So just cookies.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, Holly. Thank you.
You can do the Toll House. Yeah, you're welcome.
Well, yeah, because Toll House is non-controversial. You say.
Everybody likes Toll
Yeah.
House cookies.
If we were to suggest a different kind of cookie, there would be a problem.
I don't know. Wait a minute. Aren't Toll House cookies Dutch?
Well, exactly.
I don't care for the Dutch.
Oh, the Dutch are welcome.
You like the Dutch oven? What's with?
Yeah.
Make up your mind.
I don't know what he's doing.
Double Dutch.
All right. Let's go to Dawn. Hello, Dawn.
Hi, Dawn. Where are you right now?
I'm in West Valley.
Okay. What's the official Utah state aroma?
Well, I was going to say green Jello with shredded carrots when your mom's first cooking it. Yummy smell. But then I was thinking, either sewer treatment plant or Lake Effect.
Yeah, they're kind of the same.
Yeah, the sewer treatment plant.
That's what I was going to say.
All right, Dawn.
Thank you, Dawn.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Let's go to Richard. Hi, Richard.
I know where Richard's from. Richard's from Ogden, right?
Mm-hmm.
That is absolutely correct.
Because you think that the state aroma should be what?
The dog food, well, not the state, but the city should be the dog food plant.
It does smell like dog food in Ogden.
My wife gave me a coffee mug for Christmas that said, "Wake up, Ogden, and smell the dog food."
But you like that smell though.
I don't mind it, and it's not.
I don't mind it.
It doesn't permeate the entire city. It's just where you
by the factory.
By the factory, kind of makes me hungry for some reason. Thanks, Richard.
And they don't cook it. They don't cook every single day.
Not every day, no.
That's true.
It just seems to be more prominent in the summertime.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you, Richard. All right, let's go to, looks like Todd is here. Hi, Todd.
Hey, good morning.
Where are you calling from, Todd?
Park City.
Okay, and what should be the official Utah state aroma?
The Salt Lake stink.
Yeah,
you know you're home when you smell that.
Lake extension, when the wind is just right. Mm-hmm. Now, we may not have to worry about that, though, when the lake disappears.
It'll be dust stink then.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, Todd, thanks.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to Alexandra. Oh, I think Alexandra
maybe we
got his taken or hers taken. Let's go to Doug then, shall we, Doug?
Hi, Doug. Where are you, by the way? Where are you calling from?
I'm in Mill Creek.
Okay, and what do you think the official Utah aroma should be?
Car exhaust from the inversion.
Yeah.
Especially in the winter.
Yep.
And you can, in fact, smell it.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
You can chew
yes,
it.
Sure, you can,
Yeah.
All right. It's sad.
Yeah.
Thanks, Doug.
Thank you, Doug.
All right, let's see. State smell should be, well, what does potato casserole smell like?
Like funeral potatoes?
Now, see, funeral potatoes, that's different.
I think that's what they mean.
Maybe that's what they mean. The aroma of fresh baked bread.
That would be a good smell.
That would be good.
Yeah. And it's wholesome.
A mix of Daly's bacon plant and garbage. I don't. Okay. The refineries of North Salt Lake.
Do they? I don't know. Do they have a?
Well, there is a section of the freeway that during the summertime we refer to as the free fart zone.
Yeah, the North Salt Lake Bountiful, right?
That's
in
not
there.
the refineries. That's there are hot pots there. Thermal.
Well, all I know is it says I'm going by the refinery.
Yeah. It's right. Yeah, it's right in that area.
That's the free fart zone. Let's see. Okay, lines are filling up. So 877-602-9696 or text 33986. Give us your take on what should be the state aroma.
Crash on eastbound Antelope Drive approaching 5th West and Syracuse. 2 left lanes and the median are blocked. Traffic getting by on the right, backed up to 15th West. Crash I-15 southbound approaching SR-92 exit in Lehigh. The HOV lane and left shoulder are blocked there. And other than that, things are looking pretty good. If you see something, you can text us 33986. Toyota has 20 vehicles with available all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive. Visit your Utah Toyota dealers today. Toyota, let's go places.
All right, thank you. Here we go. KXRK Provo. We got one more break with the X-Poll. Let us know what should be the official state aroma. And then it's Beat Gina.
Oh.
What do we have for prizes today?
Fallout Boy tickets.
Ooh, that's nice. And because we're cutting edge like that,
yes,
Gabby Hayes trivia.
Gabby Hayes, the old man of the movies.
I was going to say, is Ed Brass going to try to win these?
He wrote the questions. He wrote the questions for me.
Gabby Hayes.
All right. Don't worry, you'll make it through, and you'll win Fallout Boy tickets just fine. Okay, that's not how the contest works.
It's really not.
All right, KXRK Provo.
It's time for Beat Gina, the game show that always assures there's a peaceful transfer of power. When the game is decided, you can be sure that Gina will peacefully hand over a prize, deserved or not. So join in the fun, and don't worry about losing your precious game show democracy when you listen to Beat Gina. And now, here he is, the defender of game show democracy, the host who fights for the truth, the justice, and the game show way. He won't let the show fall into chaos. No, he's the one, the only, Kerry Smilin' Jack Jackson.
Oh, thank you, Johnny. Thank
You're
you so much. Good to have you back.
It's good to be here.
Well,
it's
let's
good to be anywhere.
Good to be above ground, as
Yes.
my uncle used to say. All right, we do have a contestant on the phone. We tossed a coin off air to determine that Scott will be our contestant. And Scott, are you there?
I am here, thank you.
All right,
Hi, Scott.
Scott has promised to go to Moochie's as much as possible.
Excellent.
Have Philly
Good
cheese.
choice.
Not much of a sacrifice.
we all do our part in this desperate time.
Get the Philly cheesesteak.
Yeah.
Get the Philly cheesesteak egg rolls there. They're
I will
delicious.
try that. I've never had that before.
All right. We will toss a coin now to determine who goes first in this game, Scott. It gives you an advantage. Call it heads or tails.
Heads.
Heads. Coin toss app says it is heads, as you can see. All right. I think that means you go first. That means you have an advantage in the game. This first question is yours alone to answer correctly. If you do, you get a point. If you get it incorrect, Gina then gets a chance to answer it and steal your point away. We'll then go back and forth until somebody has 3 points. So, Scott, Shaun of the Dead trivia. First question. What pub does everybody take refuge in? What's the name of the pub that everybody takes refuge in? Is it A, the Winchester, B, the Dorchester, C, Squatters, or D, the Sun Trap?
I'm going to go with A.
That would be a good choice. Thank you.
It's 1-0 for Scott. Now let's test Gina's knowledge of the wonderful comic zombie movie Shaun of the Dead. It's her turn to answer.
Gina.
Yes.
Nick Frost plays a character named Ed in the movie.
Yes.
What is written on Ed's T-shirt through the length of the movie? Is it A, I'd rather be Russian than a Democrat? B, I am drunk? C, I got wood? Or D, the word boner with like 2 robots on it?
B.
I am drunk?
Yes.
That is incorrect.
Really?
Scott.
Chance to steal, Scott. What's the answer?
C.
I got wood is correct.
It's 2-0 for Scott, and in what may be a clean sweep, Scott controls the question with his dominance of the knowledge of the wonderful comic movie Shaun of the Dead.
It's better to be lucky than good.
All right, Scott. What crazy thing does Big Al believe? What crazy thing does Big Al believe? A, that there's a secret basement under Comet Pizza. B, dogs cannot look up. C, cats can secretly talk. Or D, COVID-19 is a hoax.
I'm going to go with B. I'm not sure about this one.
B, dogs cannot look up?
Uh-huh.
That is correct.
Scott, you win the game.
Wow.
Not only are you
Hooray.
going to enjoy delicious food at Moochie's, meatballs and more, you win a Radio from Hell tote bag.
To put all your sandwiches in.
Your totes and sandwiches and egg rolls.
Egg rolls and all that.
Congratulations, Scott, and for helping transfer power peacefully here on
All right.
BG.
Oh, no problem. It's nice to finally meet you, Johnny.
All right, Scott.
Thank you.
Hang on the
Thank
line.
you, Scott.
Johnny fan.
Hang on the line.
I'll put that down as one fan.
Hang on the line, and we'll get your information there, Scott. Thanks. Okay, now we have the contest.
Yeah.
Here we go.
It's X96 5 Days of Valentine's powered by Camp Chef. Listen with us, Radio from Hell, Marcy and Todd, to win a $50 Harmon's gift card. Text the word Bloom, B-L-O-O-M, Bloom, to 33986 now to win. Plus, go to X96.com. There you can enter to win the grand prize, which is one of each daily prize, plus a Camp Chef pellet smoker.
Back to the X-Poll?
I suppose.
The X-Poll is what should be the official Utah state aroma. New Mexico is considering making roasting chili peppers their state aroma. They would be the first state in the nation to have an official state aroma. Maybe we could beat them to the punch.
I'm sure we could.
It's some people in the text, I thought that was nice, as how about something nice like a rain shower? Or when it rains on sagebrush.
Oh, yeah, that's
a really nice.
specific.
Here's one that's like that. Church primary rooms, the ones where all the 2-year-olds are.
Yeah,
I was going to say a church, a Mormon church specifically, that you know instantly you're in one. They have a special scent.
A certain smell, yeah.
Because it's like spilled formula.
I haven't noticed that.
No, they have their own.
I've been there for funerals.
I mean, Catholic Church has its own smell too. Like, you could blindfold me and take me into Catholic Church.
I don't want you to tell us what it smells like in a Catholic church.
It smells like incense.
Here's one: Mike Lee's Desperation. Oh, okay.
Flop sweat.
Trav the Trash Man, Mink Farm, Turkey Farm, hot chocolate or honey, There you go.
All right.
The smell of campfire from Outdoor Adventures.
Yeah,
That's
there
a
you
good
go.
one, too, yeah.
We'll go back to the phones.
All right, let's go to, looks like Brent. Hi, Brent.
Brent, how?
Brent gave up.
Yeah. Been on hold for a while.
Okay, let's go to...
And so Joe is gone. And,
Is there something wrong with our phone? No, Eddie's there. Okay.
Hi, Eddie. Where are you calling from?
Salt Lake.
What do you think should be the official Utah State aroma?
Well, I like the lake effect was going to be my first choice, but that one's already been said. So I was thinking, what about that smell of old church money? You can smell that at the temples if you're a member, or if you're not a member, head down to City Creek.
Yeah, the smell of money. Yeah. All right, Eddie. Thank you very much. See you later.
Thank you. Because of the mass hang-ups that we got, 877-602-9696, all of our lines went blank.
Somebody says honey should be honey because of our beehive state.
Because we're the beehive state. The green grass of golf courses. Let's see. Woolen linen being produced. Kneader's pumpkin bread.
Kneader's pumpkin bread.
Is that like a thing?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I love pumpkin bread, but let's see. Red dirt smell.
Yeah, there's a specific smell of that.
Mm-hmm. Backyard barbecue. Not like the South with smoke, but fresh burgers and steaks being grilled. Okay.
Well, there's Eric on line one.
There we go. Eric, hello.
Hi, Eric. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from, from Saratoga Springs, but I'm almost at work now.
Okay. So what do you think? What should be the official aroma of Utah?
Well, I think of the unique smell of lagoon. There's a little bit of sunscreen, a little bit of chlorine, mixed with some machine oil, but then covered nicely with funnel cake and a little bit of smell of beer if you know where to look.
Yeah.
It's kind of a melange that would be very distinct.
That's an interesting combo you got there.
I think. Yeah, that's good.
I like it.
Yeah. Thank you, Eric.
Yep. It may not be the happiest smell on earth, but you're kind of proud of what it's become and it's done right.
Oh, exactly. Absolutely.
Yep.
Nice to hear from you, Eric.
Thanks, Eric. All right. Let's see. I get that the point is to be a miserable nihilist jerk. No. It's your choice. We've just asked a question. That's all. You decide.
It could be like we've tried to find some Diet Coke. The smell of Diet Coke.
This person says, I know you want to be a jerk, but the state smell for me would be the smell of one of our beautiful lakes first thing in the morning.
Yeah.
Nice. Lovely.
That Mountain Dew smell. Yeah. Oh, wait, Mountain Dew.
Oh, you mean the drink?
The soda.
The soda.
Very popular.
No, the actual Mountain.
Oh, I'm
for
sorry.
For realsies.
877-602-9696, because, the Mountain Dew is very popular here.
I like that. I do like that smell if you're camping by a lake and you get up early in the morning and it's kind of chilly and there's that pine smell. And, that's
but it
very
is in
nice.
the morning. It's specific.
It is.
Yeah, specifically in the morning. It's.
Let's see. Carpet glue, Mr. Mac suits, and basketball sweat. All right.
Good. Fine.
The state birds of the California seagull, it only makes sense that the state aroma should be California wildfire smoke, since we're
we get that from them.
stealing
That's
everything
true,
from them. Yes. People keep coming up with green jello. It's just not strong enough to be.
Let's go to line one where Tyler is hanging out.
Tyler's there?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go to Tyler. Hi, Tyler.
Hi, Tyler. Where are you calling from?
I am almost to work, but I live in Curran.
Okay. And what do you think the official aroma of Utah should be?
Well, I must say, on my way to when I was younger, on my way to high school every morning, I rode past the Dunford Donut Factory, and you could just smell donuts every morning.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not bad.
And think about, you get a box of chocolate cake donuts, Dunford cake donuts.
Oh, yes.
And you open the box, it has a very distinct, strong aroma. All right.
I like that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you, Tyler.
Somebody says, ha, 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 hot dog meat. Should be.
Let's see. Ashley's online.
Hello, Ashley. Go ahead.
Hey, where are you calling from, Ashley?
Good morning, friends.
Hi.
I'm in Roy this morning.
In Roy, okay. What do you think?
So my answer is, it's very specific, but it's a little bit of a dog food plan, but when Hostess would cook cakes and it would do the cake smell.
Yes.
So a little bit of Hostess cake mixed with a little bit of dog food.
Our old studio at Trolley Corners, there was the Hostess plant across the
Fresh
street.
bread.
Every morning,
Yep.
fresh bread. It was great.
The Wonder Bread. It was Wonder Bread.
Wonder
yeah.
Bread, that was it.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, until they went away.
Yeah.
They went away.
Thank you, Ashley.
Yeah, no more. Yeah, you're welcome. Have a good day, guys.
Okay, bye.
Let's see. Sid says the smell of Mill Creek Canyon, running water and greenness.
Yeah.
I like that. Pellet smoker smoke.
Yeah, there's a lot of it's as timely as our Valentine giveaway.
Mm-hmm. The stench of our legislature in session. I don't know. Does evil have a smell?
Well, they stink.
Yes, that's true. Sagebrush keeps coming up.
Yeah.
Honey and wildflowers.
Oh, lovely.
Let's see. We got more phone calls there.
What do we got there? Tiffany, hi.
Tiffany, hi. Thanks for calling. Where are you?
I'm in South Salt Lake.
And what smell do you think Utah should have?
How about the lavender, Young Living Farms lavender?
Oh yeah, we haven't had the smelly oil smell.
Daddy, could that be our thing? We got to steal that idea.
Not the doTERRA peddlers.
We're going to steal that idea, Daddy.
You know, something weird about lavender. You know the little lavender flowers that grow in the lawn and stuff?
Mm-hmm.
My family, my wife and my child, they love the aroma of those.
Yeah.
I can't smell it.
What do you mean you can't smell?
I don't smell anything.
Really?
Yeah. I don't smell that lavender smell. So, Tiffany, it wouldn't work for me, I guess.
I like it, Tiffany.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. Have a great day.
Bye-bye.
Let's see. The scent of... oh, man. Let's go to Greg. Hello, Greg.
Hi, Greg. Where are you?
Logan.
Okay. And what aroma would you say?
I would say sagebrush, especially in the summer. When it gets really hot, you know it's middle of summer.
Yeah, that's true. Absolutely. It's a very nice smell. I like it. Thank you, Greg.
All right, Greg. Thank you very much. I guess we can finish up with a few texts here.
Somebody says Crown Burger.
Okay.
Well, and specifically the pastrami burger.
Mm-hmm. That has its own scent.
It's sort of a local thing, apparently. It was started here.
Yeah.
According to all of the food shows that I've ever seen. Let's see. Patriarchal oppression. Okay.
I don't know what smell that is.
Somebody says, growing up in Kaysville, I could smell the Clover Club potato chip factory.
Oh, yeah.
Hod and Clover Sanders.
Hanging deer or elk meat.
Oh.
It does. Oh, that.
It has a distinct smell.
It does.
Yes, it does, and it would linger. It would linger.
Hot chocolate? A couple different people have said hot chocolate.
Well, I think we have a winner here.
What?
Elsha Cologne.
Elsha.
There we go. I think that is our winner right there.
Let's see if you're winning out on the roads this morning. We've got a crash I-15 southbound at the Burton Lane overpass. This is in Farmington. 2 left lanes are blocked there. They've actually stopped all lanes of traffic to move that crash from southbound I-15 over to the right shoulder. Delays backed up to Layton Parkway, it looks like. And the good news is that's all I'm seeing on the UDOT cameras. If you're seeing something, you can text us, or you want to keep texting us the smells of Utah, you can do that at 33986.
All right. Time to play Beat Gina. 877-602-9696 is the number to call. Line up now. We've got some messages and a song, and then we will play. So you have to decide when to call during those moments. Do you take your chance and wait for the song to end?
I don't know.
Not if you want the Fall Out Boy tickets. You'll get in line right now at 877-602-9696 to play Beat Gina right after these. 877-602-9696.
Hi, I'm... Now, I saw this story today, and
Is that the one I was going to mention earlier?
The headline is, creator of the Labradoodle calls it Frankenstein's monster.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. This was my dog. His name was Tippy.
Now, I know a Labradoodle.
I know several.
That is a lovely dog.
I know several Labradoodles.
Okay.
Or golden doodles. That's another kind of doodle. But this is...
maybe this is a golden doodle, I know.
Do you have a one of those things that people like?
A
Was
list?
it-
It's a list.
Is it?
Yeah, the best Halloween candy list according to experts. It says here.
Experts?
Yes.
How does one become an expert?
Let's see.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
It's because these people are all members of the National Confectioners Society.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so these are experts about candy.
So we wouldn't go by sales numbers.
That probably has something to do with it. See, so this is Halloween candy ranked as the very best according to the so-called experts.
Start at the bottom and work your way up.
They visited 10 of the leading expert websites to see what Halloween candies were rated the highest, and then they compiled them. Now, did you have a favorite Halloween candy to get when you were a kid?
I'm one of those weirdos that likes Almond Joy.
Oh, I like Almond Joy a lot.
And Mounds. I
Sure.
like Mounds, too.
Yeah, because sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you
don't.
Yeah.
But, I mean, people make fun of you for that. I liked just about everything. I mean, it's
Smarties,
easier.
come on.
I liked Smarties, yeah. It's easier to name the candies that I didn't like.
Okay, like Necco wafers.
I actually didn't mind a Necco wafer.
That's how you practice communion.
Yeah.
I don't mind Necco wafers either.
If it has too much caramel in it, I'm not. So like a Rolo, I'm not a fan of a Rolo.
I love caramel. Gina, you have a favorite?
Well, it's Reese's, of
The
course.
standard.
Yeah.
What is there? Were there some candies you didn't like?
Bit-o honey. What the hell?
Yeah, see, that's another-
really? I
if
like
it's-
bit-o honey.
If it's too chewy or too
It'll
caramelly.
pull your fillings out.
Exactly.
Bit-o honey pulls your fillings
Well,
out.
then you'd never want what do they call those? Sugar daddy.
Oh yeah, no.
A sugar daddy.
No.
You never. I like those.
Yeah,
too.
see any of those kind of sticky ones.
I can make a sugar daddy last the whole movie.
That's the whole point.
Yeah. But here are the number 5. There are only 5 on this
I mean,
list.
I'm the weirdo who likes chocolate covered raisins. I mean,
I like them.
Yeah.
I like them. As a matter of fact, I really like them. Here we go.
Goobers.
Yeah, Goobers. That was the chocolate covered peanuts.
Those are good too.
Number 5 on the list of 5.
Okay.
Starburst.
I don't care for Starburst.
They're fine.
I think they're just that's what I would say too, Gina. They're they're fine. They're just fine.
I won't have a Starburst.
Number 4, Snickers.
Now I ignored the Snickers bar for the longest time, up until just a couple of years ago. And
a couple of years
yeah,
ago?
I mean, I had one when I was a kid, and I went, whatever. But now I've rediscovered the Snickers, and they are delicious.
Well, they do have a fair amount of. The Snickers has a fair amount of caramel.
It does.
Yeah.
It's not as chewy as like a Bit-O-Honey or something like that.
There are versions with almonds, hazelnuts, crunchy peanut butter.
Mm-hmm.
So they make different Snickers.
Dark chocolate ones.
Yeah. Number 3 on the list. This is weird. Sour Patch Kids.
See again.
My kids love Sour Patch.
I don't like those.
Well, it says the watermelon ones aren't very sour. It says here on the list.
No, they're delicious. They're good.
Number 2, Twixt.
I like a Twixt.
It's just a Twix. There's no T at the end of
Twix. Oh yeah, that's right, Twix.
Mm-hmm.
It's. I'm looking at it, and I still said Twixt.
Mm-hmm.
Twix. It's it's a cookie though, isn't
It's
it?
It's a candy covered
candy
cookie.
bar.
It's got a layer of light caramel and chocolate, and a crispy cookie inside.
It's a cookie. It's a chocolate. It's a caramel. Twix bars. Everything you could want in one candy, but they say the very best, the one that everybody likes, so Gina likes it, Reese's Peanut Butter Cups.
Because it's the best.
It's the one that's now see I Reese's Peanut Butter Cups to me are okay, but they're a little salty.
Yeah, that's
and
part of what I like about it.
I think that's
you get the salt and the sweet.
I don't care for that salty aftertaste of the Reese's.
I mean the appeal.
I like them okay, but not they're not my go-to. They would not be my go-to.
They are my go-to.
They've got them out there in our store, I believe, Gina. If you want to go get one now, you
keep
could.
Trying to push me to buy stuff from the store.
Yeah, it's because I want it to stay around.
JD in the chat room. Where's the big hunk?
Yeah, Big Hunk.
Guy replies, "Right here, big boy."
That Big Hunk is just chewy nougat.
It's like a bit of honey kind of thing. Can't eat it.
See, it's like Three Musketeers bar. I don't understand the appeal there.
Yeah,
there's not much going on there.
No, there
it's
isn't.
all new. It's all that whipped up nougat, and
we used to have Mars bars.
I like a Mars bar.
And we don't have them anymore.
Mm-hmm.
They're in Great Britain, but we don't get them anymore.
I liked the standalone Take 5 bars, but they weren't selling enough, and so they combined those now with Reese's,
which is just fine.
So it's like a Reese's with pretzel in it, so it's not quite the same.
It's fine. It's just fine. Let's see. How about just a box of snow caps? I bet you don't like those.
I don't even know what a snow cap is.
It's their licorice with little like crunchy candies.
Oh no, I don't like those.
Yeah,
little snow caps.
Not a go-to, but if it's all they have.
How about the Boston baked beans?
Love the Boston baked.
No,
they're good.
Boo.
They are good.
I love those. Can't find those anymore.
I bet they don't make Black Crows anymore.
Probably not. They're just like little licorice gummy kind of
gummies.
thing.
Yeah.
Katie likes a Crunch Bar.
Yeah, Crunch Bar.
Like Nestle Crunch.
Nestle's Crunch Bar. That's good.
Is the Clark Bar on the list? No.
Clark Bar. What was a Clark Bar?
Oh.
How about a Cherry-O-Lette?
No.
Oh. Zagnut?
Zagnut.
What about a Heath bar?
Heath?
No.
My mom used to make a cake that had crunched up Heath bar sprinkled all over it. It was really good.
Big Hunk is a chewy honey sweetened nougat bar.
Yeah.
I remember that with whole roasted peanuts.
Yeah.
Not a fan. Like Abba Zaba or Uno.
Abba Zaba or Uno.
I don't care for 100 grand bar. They're a little too chewy. Miss the O. Henry bar.
I don't remember. I remember the name, but I don't know what it was. Right? Nobody has said Baby Ruth.
No one said Baby Ruth, and no one said Payday. I like a Payday. Covered in peanuts.
Yeah, that's okay. There's a Payday, and then there's another one that's like it called I forget the name of it now. What's that potato one from Idaho? The Idaho Spud.
That's misnamed thing.
It's a marshmallow. Well, you know why they call it that? It's because it's sort of shaped like a potato.
Yeah.
I would never eat that based on the name. I would think it was some potato flavored candy.
But it's just marshmallow, right, with coconut.
Let's see. I like salted nut roll, which is it's essentially a Payday.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of, the salted nut roll.
Let's see.
Kyle Brown just texted me, "You guys are making me crave candy, and I can't have any."
Oh,
Kyle, we're sorry.
Katie likes the Baby Ruth. Toblerone.
That's Christmas candy.
Is it?
That's not Halloween candy. Nobody Toblerones for Halloween.
You have such weird rules about stuff.
You mean nobody Toblerones for Halloween?
Well, I don't know if they do or not, but why shouldn't they?
That is a Christmas candy.
You have just these weird prejudice rules about
They're
things.
just the way things are.
It's a duty-free candy is what a Toblerone is. It's not a Christmas
That's
candy.
right. Duty-free.
It's not a Halloween candy.
Not a Halloween candy. It's a duty-free candy.
Candy corn. That's a Halloween candy. Candy corn.
Chocolate-covered crunchy frogs.
What?
I don't know. They're just throwing these names out. I'm just reading them. All right.
I get that magazine.
What's the announcement?
Coming to Vivint Arena on June 3rd. Duran Duran. And not just, this is a great show.
This is a big show.
It's also got Bastille and Nile Rodgers, which means we'll get a little power station in there, I bet.
I would hope.
General on sale begins Thursday, February 16th at 10 a.m.
Thank you.
It's time for the game show that Mayim Bialik begged to host, but we said, no way.
Get out of here.
Yes, it's Beat Gina. I'm your announcer, Johnny Ola, and I want everybody to know that Tootsie Rolls are on candy counters all over America. The big nickel-sized Tootsie Roll is just as chewy, just as chocolatey, just as delicious as ever. All those good, wholesome ingredients that go into Tootsie Rolls receive extra special care in the Tootsie Roll Candy Kitchen.
Indeed.
And when you buy a Tootsie Roll at your favorite candy counter, you get a candy treat that can't be beat. That chewy, chocolatey Tootsie Roll will really tickle your taster. It tastes so delicious that the big nickel-sized Tootsie Roll is a teeth-tickling treat that can't be beat.
Wow, that's hard to say.
And now, for another treat, He's a host that can't be beat, and he may even tickle your taster.
Uh-oh.
Kerry Jackson.
Oh,
I don't know if you should do that, Carrie.
I'm not going to. I will say I like the vanilla Tootsie Rolls.
Heresy.
I know. Well, the randomizer has chosen our contestant. It looks like you'll be playing against Jill today,
Hi,
Gina.
Jill.
Hello, Jill.
Hi.
Hi, Jill. All right, we're going to
Hello.
toss a coin to see who goes first. It will give you an advantage in the game. Heads or tails, please.
Let's go tails.
All right, coin toss app says heads, as you can see, Gina Barbera.
All right.
That means that Gina goes first. You're further away from those Fallout Boy tickets, Jill.
They're coming to USANA Amphitheater on July 7th with Bring Me the Horizon.
All right. Let's see. Since Gina's going first, I will tell you both that these are multiple choice pop culture trivia questions. Gina will have the first question. We'll allow her to answer it correctly first. If she does, she gets the point. If not, Jill will get a chance to steal your point away. And we'll go back and forth till one of you have 3 points. It is the celebration of Gabby Hayes' death day. So we have...
Nobody knows who Gabby Hayes is.
Gabby Hayes was the crotchety cowboy partner of Roy Rogers
And Hopalong Cassidy.
Hopalong
He was
Cassidy.
always a sidekick and always not crotchety. He was always a good guy.
He was always the good guy. And he talked like this, and he had a beard. And he was...
Darn it.
Yeah. All right. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't
It really doesn't.
Jill, you're gonna do fine.
So the first question for Gina. Gina, Gabby had some famous catchphrases that are widely used today.
They are.
In certain circles, I suppose.
Okay.
What is one of them?
All right.
Is it 1, get off my land, you government swine? Is it 2, you're darn tootin'? Is it 3, say your prayers, rabbit?
It could be any.
Is it 4, I'm the roughest, toughest hombre that ever crossed the Rio Grande?
I'm going number 2.
You're darn tootin', you are.
Darn tootin'. That's 1 point for Gina. Now, Jill, let's see what you can do.
All right, Jill, let's see. All right. Jill, being a cowboy requires many talents. Which one of these was Gabby actually talented in? He could actually do out of all of these cowboy skills, he could do it.
Okay.
Was it 1, Confederate flag semaphore signal? Was it 2, as a professional rodeo clown, his stage name was Dirty Santos? Was it 3, sharpshooting? Or was it 4, roping?
I'm going to go for 4, roping.
Roping? You'd think so, but no. Terribly sorry.
Oh.
This is not good.
No.
As much as I like Dirty Santos, I'm going with sharpshooting.
Sharpshooting is correct.
It's 2 points for Gina. And I'm sorry, Jill. Gina controls the question. She could win here.
Hey, let me pick a good one. Let me pick a hard one for Gina, shall I? Okay, here's a hard one for Gina. Gabby was inducted into what Hall of Fame in the year 2000?
Okay.
Was it 1, the Hall of Great Western Performers?
Okay.
2, the Redneck Hall of Fame in Charlotte, North Carolina?
Okay.
3, the Hall of Oats? 4, the Hall of Historical Western Film Society? Hard one for Gina.
That is hard because it could either be 1 or 4.
You're ruling out 2? Okay. It's a real place.
And I like the Hall of Oats.
That's not a real place.
No. I'm going with 1.
The Hall of Great Western Performers?
Yeah.
That is correct.
And Gina easily wins the game. So sorry, Jill.
Wow.
Now, I know what's going to happen here.
What?
Gina's going to give you the tickets anyway, Jill.
How do you know that?
So because Jill will just go away and cry if you don't.
I don't want Jill to cry. I'm
I
gonna
will.
I'm gonna go ahead and give you those Fallout Boy tickets, even though I beat you, Jill.
3-0, Jill.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I'll just say this. That's
Thank
the good
you.
news.
I'm sorry I'm such a loser.
No.
The good news is that, well, Gina wins and Jill wins and everybody wins. The bad news is I've still got a ton of Gabby Hayes trivia questions
There you go.
left over. for next week.
Jill, hang on the line, and a person will come and tell you how to get your tickets, all right?
All right, thanks.
Listen, hey, smoke me a kipper. I'll be back for breakfast.
All right. Big Boy News now, brought to you by...
Soar across mountains, deserts, cities, and forests with 3 amazing bird families as they head home to raise their young. Experience the triumphs and challenges of remarkable creatures as they defy all odds in Wings Over Water 3D, opening at the IMAX Theater at Clark Planetarium Saturday, February 11th.
I saw a preview for this movie, a commercial for it, and I thought, what? And I thought I was drunk and I must have missed something. Elizabeth Banks is making a case for one of Cocaine Bear's controversial scenes involving children.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely true.
The R-rated film Cocaine Bear features a scene in which 2 kids, played by Brooklyn Prince and Christian Covey, stumble upon abandoned cocaine in the woods and try it. Banks told Variety magazine that there were discussions behind the scenes on how to handle that moment in the action comedy. It was definitely controversial. There were conversations about it. Should we age up the characters? We all kind of held hands and we were like, guys, they got to be 12 years old. It's their innocence being tested. That's what's interesting to me about the scene, she said. Yeah. Producer Christopher Miller added, it's the naivete of the kids that makes it okay. And I understand that. It's like they're not doing it because they want to get cocaine. Yeah. They don't really know what it is.
Yeah. No.
It's what makes it so tense and funny. If it doesn't work if they're teenagers. It has to be that age where you don't know anything, but you want to pretend that you do.
That's true.
Yeah.
Banks explained that she wanted to make a muscular and masculine movie with Cocaine Bear, which apparently is inspired by a true story.
Yeah.
Yes.
And break down some of the mythology around what kinds of movies women are interested in making. She added that she demanded that the film retain its shocking title.
Mm-hmm.
You can't get rid of Cocaine Bear.
I'm fascinated.
There's great Vanity Fair photo shoot with her and
the bear.
And I think it's a stuffed bear.
You know who's in this is Margot Martindale,
your old friend,
my friend, Jesse Tyler Ferguson, and the late Ray Liotta.
Oh,
so this is one of his final performances.
I would say.
All right.
Gina, murder story.
Yes.
Lindsay Clancy lay paralyzed on a hospital bed on Tuesday afternoon.
Oh, yes, I know.
Occasionally blinking or shutting her eyes, unable to do anything but listen as lawyers told 2 narratives about how she had strangled her 3 children.
Ooh.
The prosecutor said it had been meticulously planned. She had concocted an errand that would keep her husband, Patrick, out of the house for about 25 minutes, just long enough so she could do it.
Yeah.
And she strangled each of her kids. Jeez. With an exercise band. An act that would require holding each of them down for at least 4 minutes.
All right.
And then she leaped out of a 4-story window.
And that's why she's
fractured her spine.
Paralyzed.
The defendant stated that she left the house that night. She killed the kids because she heard a voice that told her to do it.
But
a moment of psychosis.
It wasn't a moment because she planned it out.
Yeah. It was planned.
She Googled, I know you're reading this, but of course I've read about this.
Yeah.
She Googled a place to send her husband to get lunch that was further away than any place she'd ever sent him to get lunch before. She's like, I ordered lunch.
You got to go get it.
You got to go get it. And then she called him while he was out. She's like, oh, and I forgot. I need you to stop by the store and get. She kept finding ways for him to be gone longer. This was not a momentary.
Maybe that psychosis voice told her to do all of that.
It was all very. There were many points along the way when she could have
murder. President Volodymyr Zelensky, Ukraine, pleaded with Great Britain on Wednesday to supply his country with fighter jets. The United States has said, no, we won't give you fighter jets. We're giving you a lot of stuff, but not that. He made his dramatic appeal during a surprise visit to London that began a 2-day diplomatic blitz of Ukraine's Western allies, expressing thanks for Britain's robust and early military support. Zelensky nevertheless warned that warplanes were now urgently needed to thwart a Russian offensive that is already mobilizing in Ukraine's east. It just made me wonder, and I know there's probably an easy answer to this. If Ukraine doesn't have planes, that means they don't have pilots. right?
No. They have pilots that know how to fly these old Cold War
Do
era.
they really do?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
All right.
but if they got say U.S. planes, they would have to be
They'd have to be
trained
trained in
on
those.
how to
Yeah.
fly them, and
I see.
also the U.S. doesn't want
Yeah.
those planes getting in the hands of the Russians,
Yeah.
which could
Yeah.
also happen.
And I think that they don't want to escalate. The United States would prefer not to see the war escalated with Ukraine flying into Russia.
That's exactly it. They don't
Keep
want to
it on
send.
the ground.
Yeah, they don't want to give them anything that can be sent into Russia because that just makes things even worse.
Shed hunting will not be allowed in Utah through later this spring due to a statewide emergency closure to help big game and the deer population. The restrictions currently in place cover both private and public land. Data from Big Game Monitoring showed that this winter's extreme cold and increase in snowpack is impacting the state's mule deer fawn survival rates. So the shed hunting, they go and hunt for antlers that have been shed by the animals.
And then I buy them so Riley can chew on them.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Oh, but they don't want them out there doing that because they don't want them disturbing the the animals.
we're having a longer winter basically. So
this is 700,000. No, not 700,000. 700 pounds of acorns. Were found stuffed inside of a California home.
this is a good video.
Yeah, did you see the video?
Yeah, I just saw the still picture. A pair of California woodpeckers are surely crushed after a pest control technician on a routine call recently found their massive trove of acorns cleverly stashed in the walls of a California home. The Sonoma County homeowners called Nick Castro, owner of Nick's Extreme Pest Control,
There's your regular pest control, and then there's extreme.
When they spotted worms coming from a bedroom wall, they turned out to be mealworms that were feasting on an incredible horde of acorns, believed to be amassed by 2 acorn woodpeckers. That's the species. 700 pounds of acorns. I used to have blue jays in my yard, and I would feed them peanuts, whole peanuts. And it even got to the point where I could hold a peanut in my hand, and the blue jay would, took him a second to want to do it, but he would be on a branch of a tree, and he would fly and grab that peanut out of my hand. But you'd watch them with the peanuts, and they would go put them in different places. They hide
saving them up.
And then it became obvious to me after a while, they often didn't remember where they had put them. You'd see them looking around for the peanuts.
Patting his pockets.
Yeah, where are those damn peanuts? And finally, this story. A former bank executive convicted of securities fraud.
Sorry, it's a woodpecker.
Wait a minute. This is the wrong story.
Wait,
Sorry.
do you need the woodpecker?
No, I don't. I have another story to go into.
Because he's here in case you need him.
Well, okay.
But he's waiting.
Is his name Woody?
Nope.
No.
But he does have a red head that way, though, and he's waiting for something.
Is he laughing?
That sound of the woodpecker, that's a kookaburra, Gina.
Yeah.
That sound of the woodpecker.
Woody woodpecker.
Yeah, he laughs.
The sound of the woodpecker doing his thing.
Right here.
It travels a long distance. Man, you can hear it from a long ways away. I can't hear it yet.
Come on, Pecker. Come on, Pecker.
What's he waiting for?
Oh, well, he's cleaning his wings. Stop it. He's of no use to me.
Why isn't this an edited? What's that?
That's him.
Is that predator woodpecker?
That's predator pecker.
All right.
You can tell it's the predator pecker because he's got
He's got
the
dreadlocks.
dreads.
The woodpecker with dreadlocks.
The braids.
Sorry.
That's it.
And
Sports
he's
weather.
glowing green. It's
And
a weird.
he's bleeding green. If it bleeds, we can kill it. The sports weather traffic.
So Super Bowl day, big day for millions of Americans, of course, and lots of you are hosting parties in your home. And I have some suggestions of what not to feed your dog, because you're going to have all this food laid out, and your dog's going to want some of it. Chicken wings, don't give your dog chicken wings. They're the sharp little bones can splinter and make trouble. Nachos are not good for your dogs.
Well, just plain ones? It's just corn.
It says the salt content is too much
Oh, okay.
for them.
All right, well, then lick them clean and then give them to the pup.
Pizza is okay in small amounts, especially the crust.
The
We've
crust.
all done that.
Yeah, the crust is what you give them. Yeah.
Cookies are fine if they don't have chocolate.
No, you don't. Yeah, probably just not a good idea.
Guacamole is a no, but
no.
guacamole is expensive. You don't want to waste that on dogs.
I don't think a dog would really care for guacamole.
Oh, they'll eat it.
But they say it's that can be toxic in large amounts, so
Yeah,
no
you don't
guac
wanna-
for your dogs. Chili should be avoided because, well, you don't want your dog getting gassy.
Well, and the onions in the chili is bad for them.
Potato skins, a fine, rare treat, they say.
Oh, really?
Dogs can have. And pigs in a blanket. Bill, I know you always serve pigs in a blanket at your Super Bowl party.
I have them I have one in my pocket right now.
They can give dogs pancreatitis, so don't give your dog
I won't.
pigs in a blanket.
I will not get a dog and then feed it a pig in a blanket.
That's sports. Weather, sunny and 35 for a high today. Overnight low will be about 21. And then today the air doesn't look so bad, but the inversion starts building back in, it looks like tomorrow.
Yeah.
And through the weekend. Maybe by Sunday things will clear out a little bit, but good reminder to not idle your car. Be mindful about your trips you're going to take during the day. Think, okay, what do I need to do? And do it in the quickest, most efficient way possible. Carpool if you can. Traffic lights are malfunctioning at the intersection of 6 South Main Street. Traffic's backed up all the way to the exit ramp from I-15 heading east on 6 South. 45th South and Murray remains closed due to that earlier crash. All traffic is forced to turn either right or left onto 5th West. You might want to use an alternate route through that area. That's been a problem for over an hour. Let's see. We also have a crash, I-15 southbound at the Burton Lane overpass in Farmington. And what are you seeing out there? You can text us and we'll pass it along to other friends of the program. Oh, like somebody just sent this in. Auto pedestrian accident in Orem, Center Street, 12th West. Thank you, whoever sent that in at 33986. Apply now at Lyft Credit for $500 to $5,000 in just 5 minutes at a rate much lower than payday loans. You could even qualify for instant funding. Go to liftcredit.com. That's liftcredit.com.
Your cookies, dogs?
Yes.
No raisins.
Oh, they're bad for dogs?
They're very bad for
Okay.
dogs. Just don't give your dogs any
people food.
Any people food. That's just the best, safest thing to do. All right, we will take a break. We will be back. We have an email of interest.
Actually, we have two.
Two? Mm-hmm. And Frank Christ presents They're Fine. They're just fine. Oh, Frank just had a job, and he's on his way to tell us about it.
Oh, today he had
just hours ago, yes. So he'll tell us about it coming up. Stand by.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! In this episode, we find our elders rendezvousing with Zone Leader Hansen on some distant planet in the BFE sector. Hey, Butch, what you got there?
It's a care package for my folks. You know, my mom means well, but she just doesn't understand the physics involved in sending stuff from home.
Well, what you mean?
Well, the cookies she sent are fine. They're hard as a rock, just the way I remember them. It's the lime jello with shredded carrots in it that causes problems. You know, even in Tupperware, this stuff goes bad after a week in hyperspace. Missionaries who have eaten this stuff have been known to develop a form of space madness.
Wow. Oh, look, here comes Zone Leader Hansen right now.
I have discovered the most incredible object. It allows us to view any period in the history of any planet. We can research early church history. This discovery will allow me to get reassigned back to Earth and leave you two losers far behind.
Right. Glad to hear it. What's that have to do with us?
Since you weren't having much luck in the field, I figured that you wouldn't mind watching my discovery while I go back to Starbase 182 and file my report. Hey, are you eating while I'm talking to you? Give me that.
Sorry.
Say, green jello with carrot shavings. I haven't had this since I left home.
But sir, I think you ought to know that...
Quietly, Hi. He's eating.
Shut up, the both of you, right now. This jello tastes funny.
He's gone mad. He's got space madness. We better go after him.
Okay. Hey, what's that thing right there?
You mean that natural arch that seems to be showing the History Channel?
Yeah, that thing. What is it?
I believe that who is it would be a more appropriate question.
Is that you that said that, Butch?
No. It must have been the natural arch over there. Okay, I'll play. Who are you, and what have you done with Zone Leader Hansen?
I am the guardian of forever. Hansen has entered through me into your world's past.
Entered through you?
Well, I guess we can get back to tracking now, huh, Lehigh?
No, we most certainly can't. Huh? We need to get Zone Leader Hansen back and cure his Jello-induced space madness.
Come on now, Lehigh. He was a little weird before my mom's Jello. Are we sure he's sick?
Where in our world's history is Hansen now, Guardian?
He was asking questions about Mormon history, and about lime jello in particular. He entered as I was showing him the Relief Society meeting, where sisters first began to experiment with lime jello.
Well, if he disturbs that meeting, the timeline of church history could be permanently changed. Let's go, Butch. Whoa! Will Zone Leader Hansen change church history? Can Butch and Lehigh get him to go before he does? Will the Relief Society let Hansen anywhere near their test kitchen? Tune in next time to hear Relief Society President Mulestein say,
I'm at a loss, sisters. We've tried shredded beets, cauliflower, radishes, eggplant, zucchini, and rutabaga. Nothing seems to go with this new lime jello stuff.
Excuse me, sister. I think we can help.
I don't think we should go against the Prime Directive, Bush.
How did you get in here? One wrong move and you'll see the business end of my skillet. Just like the last kid who wandered in here and tried to tell us how to conduct our business.
Other kid? Oh, hey, it's Zone Leader Hansen. She's knocked him out cold.
Nice going, ma'am. Wish I'd have been here to see it. Tell you what, we'll get him out of your way and you can go back to doing what you were doing. Oh, yeah, and you might want to try shredded carrots.
I warned you about meddling.
She's got a skillet. Run for it. Run! On the next liposuctioning episode of Space Elders!
Let's see, it's 8:47 right now, and
I have here not one,
are they?
But two.
Two?
And yes.
Are they
two.
in fact?
Yes, they are.
Oh.
Two.
Emails of interest.
And both of them concern how Radio from Hell, the live show and the podcast, saved people.
Oh.
Well.
This one says, Dear Carrie, Bill, and Jeannie, your podcast and show saved me from a mental breakdown this past week.
Wow.
On Wednesday, as I wrapped up my workday, my cell phone rang. My father was found deceased by one of his friends, who promptly called me. After dealing with the police and the medical examiner over the phone, I made travel and lodging arrangements. The next few days, I had to make arrangements for the body, pay funeral expenses, shut down bank accounts, and go through his personal effects at his house. Although I was physically alone, you were with me as I traversed to Kansas City and from appointment to appointment. You helped me laugh as I worked my way through the gambit of emotions I was dealing with. Although we have never met, you have been a constant source of laughter, entertainment, and you provide perspective in my life. It may not be enough, but I offer a simple thank you for all that you do.
Oh.
Signed, the Des Moines Ghost.
Jeez. Oh, Des Moines Ghost. Thank
nice,
you.
Huh? And this one, equally nice. Hi, I'm James, a longtime friend of the program. My sister and I started listening to Radio from Hell around 2005 on the drive to school. We couldn't agree on a morning station for the drive, but agreed 3 people's talking about boners was a good choice. I moved to California in 2016, but I brought Radio from Hell with me.
Oh.
I still listen to the podcast every day on my commute and in my office. Anyways, I was driving to work today and listening to the episode from February 2nd, and there was a discussion about how even a small amount of Visine is very toxic. Due to occasional contact irritation and redness, I always carry a small bottle of Visine in my lunchbox. It just so happens that my lunchbox this morning included 2 coffee cups I had taken home to wash last week. When I pulled the cups out, I discovered that the lid to the Visine had screwed off somehow and spilled all over the lunchbox, including inside the cups.
Oh, no.
About 2 teaspoons worth. If I hadn't listened to the podcast that morning, I wouldn't have thoroughly washed the cups before using them. Would that have killed me? I don't know. Really, who cares? But I'll give Radio from Hell the credit.
Wow.
Thanks for keeping me alive. Too bad the show would never work outside of Utah, right?
Yep.
Think of all the California residents who are going to die.
Well.
Tell your consultants they're selfish murderers.
Well.
James. Bill, make mine a double of Visine. Geek Show says hey. And Gina, you haven't ruined the show yet.
Oh.
We saved a life. We saved an emotional life, and we saved an actual, a physical life as well.
Wow.
The Radio from Hell podcast.
Wow.
For those of you who don't know, there is a podcast of this show. Gets posted right after 10 o'clock every day.
There's actually 2 podcasts. So there's one of the entire show, except for, unfortunately, there's usually not farting around.
Yeah.
Because there's music.
We can't put music in them.
No.
But we also have Best of, which if you only have time for little snippets of the show, the Radio from Hell Best of podcast.
If you don't have time for the whole show, I don't have any use for you. You got to listen to the whole thing.
Demetra in the chat room, you're all heroes.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
We've been so political today, too.
I know, right?
The official state aroma. How political can you get?
So political.
It's polarizing is what it is.
Well, we do what we can.
Those were, in fact, emails of interest.
They were emails of
Okay.
interest, yes.
What?
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Emails of interest.
You maybe want to know how. Thank you, Carrie. How Visine kills.
Yes.
So why do you put Visine in your eyes?
I think does it dilate your...
the blood vessel. When your eyes are red,
Yes.
you put the Visine in, it gets the red out.
Yeah.
It dilates the blood vessels in your eye. It has a tetrahydrolazine. If it's absorbed into your gastrointestinal tract, and apparently it doesn't take much, it can drop and slow your heart rate to dangerous levels, drop your body temperature, go into a coma, and death is possible. And it doesn't take much for that to happen.
Well, there you go.
Even small amounts can be toxic. The smaller the body size, obviously, the less you need to be damaged
To
by
consume,
it.
I don't use Visine anymore. I use Lumify.
What is Lumify?
Does it have tetrahydrozoline?
I don't know, but it works better than Visine.
If you suspect someone has ingested tetrahydrozoline, don't try to make them vomit. It may increase their absorption of the chemical. Instead, loosen any tight clothing that they may be wearing, such as belt, necktie, skinny jeans.
You get them skinny jeans off.
Administer mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Call poison control.
Mouth-to-mouth resuscitation? No, I don't.
No?
I wouldn't do that.
Ever?
No.
For anyone?
No.
What if I fell down right here in the studio and you're the closest person to me?
Let me ask you this. Would you want me to give you mouth-to-mouth? No, you wouldn't. No, I would. If it was a family member. Hey, would you do, so years ago I did CPR. I learned how to do it. And at that time, you did a breath into a person's mouth.
They
And
tell
then
you
you don't do that anymore, right?
No.
You
I don't think.
They say just focus
just
on
do
the
the
compressions.
On the compressions.
And it's like one.
Staying alive.
Oh, that's right.
See, there we go.
Maybe with this conversation, we'll save another
We've
life.
saved some more lives.
I'd hate to have people think of us as do-gooders.
Oh, yeah, I don't want
I don't want to be a do-gooder.
You do-gooders. No, we're horrible people.
Yeah,
we're too
that's right.
political.
Yeah,
We're
horrible people.
Horrible people.
Negative.
That's also been brought up, too. Traffic, Gina, please.
Okay, let me refresh this, see if anything new has happened.
There was somebody got run over.
Yeah, there was a auto pedestrian accident in Orem, Center Street and 12th West.
Yep, Murray, 45th South and 4th West in Murray.
That's a different one then.
Police say a person is dead after an auto pedestrian crash near 45th South and 4th West in Murray.
That's that one I've been talking about all morning and wondering why it wasn't cleaned up, and that's that explains why. Let's see. There's a second crash eastbound I-80 at State Street exit, blocking the right lane and shoulder. Both sides of I-80 eastbound are blocked. Traffic is backed up. Both northbound and southbound I-15 trying to merge onto I-80, as well as coming over eastbound 201 freeway in the Spaghetti Bowl. And let's see. Traffic lights are malfunctioning. This is probably part of the problem. 6 South Main Street. And like Bill was saying, that 45th South in Murray, you're going to have to turn either right or left onto 5th West. Consider using an alternate route through there. If it's an auto pedestrian accident, it will probably be closed for quite a while.
All right. Thank you very much. Frank Christ presents They're Fine. They're Just Fine. It is the Dead Celebrity Game. We'll give you a list of 4 celebrities. One of them is dead, and you have to tell us which one on the list of 4 in order to win this fabulous prize, which is
tickets to see Ministry at the Union on April 21st.
Now that's very nice. All right, so get those Ministry tickets. If you play Frank Christ Presents They're Fine, They're Just Fine. 877-602-9696 is the number to call to play. We got some messages and a song, and then we'll play You Decide When to Call, KXRK Provo.
So I was kind of surprised last night. I saw a tweet from our good friend of the program, Steph.
Mm-hmm.
Stephanie?
Who has her ears and eyes on everything.
Yes. She's a valuable source.
And somehow she saw this before I did.
Because I came in and I asked Gina, why haven't we talked about this?
So my sister, Mikhail, and I have been working with the University of Utah for months, trying to set up a scholarship in my dad, Tom Barberi's name. You might not know who he is or why that's important, but
legendary radio guy here in Salt Lake.
And a big supporter of the U, and we thought a nice way to honor him would be to have a communications scholarship set up in his name at the U. And the U's been fantastic to work with, and they've been so enthusiastic about this and appreciative of all the work he did over, 30 plus years.
So is this a scholarship only if you want to go into radio, right?
No, and actually we talked about that because, Bill, radio's a dying industry.
I've heard that. And people are dying in it.
It's more generalized than that because actually he was more generalized than that. He had a radio show, but he also for 18 years wrote a column in the Tribune. He had several TV shows on KUED. He wrote for Salt Lake Magazine. He wrote for City Weekly.
What you're saying is he had a hard time holding the job.
No, he did all these at the
the
same time. Yeah. But for years, actually very similar to what we do here. If you don't know who my dad was, he had a show similar to what we do, kind of an outlier. Challenging the status quo, kind of,
Well, just
except it was on AM.
Here, this sums it up.
Just want you to know that I appreciate liberals like you and the way you judge us. It's a nice reminder that the real judgment will one day be upon us.
So the U yesterday tweeted out a link to the scholarship. It says, to honor the legacy of late local media personality Tom Barberi, 1943 to 2021, his family's pledged $25,000 toward the establishment of the Voice of Reason Scholarship for students in the U of U Communication Department with an emphasis in journalism. And the first scholarship will be awarded spring semester. So
Can I apply?
Yeah, I mean, applications are open, Bill.
Okay.
I don't know if you're
I might want to go back to school.
But you can. So I'm bringing this up for two reasons. You can apply for the scholarship. I tweeted out a link. It's on my Facebook page too. Maybe we can put it on the Radio from Hell stuff as well. But also you can donate to the scholarship. So it's a legacy scholarship, meaning my sister and I put money in it to start it. But if we raise a certain amount, it will go on indefinitely. So this scholarship will be available for years to come.
But it has to reach a certain level of money.
Right. So so either way, you can apply for it or help donate to it. And
so how do you do that?
So I'm tweeting out a link to where you can donate or apply. I've also put it on my Facebook page. And maybe we can put it on the...
And again, if you apply for the scholarship, you don't have to go into radio.
You don't.
You could use it to do something productive.
You can write for... But I mean, you can... It's the communications department's broadened what journalism is, because it's changing all the time.
So it is specifically, though, for communications. People want to go into
it's a Department of Communications scholarship with a journalism emphasis. But journalism is, it's podcasts.
You could be a blogger.
Yeah, any of that.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you, Steph, for pointing that out.
Otherwise, Gina Barberi might not have known.
Well, the reason I was waiting to talk about it because my sister and I are also having. So my dad died on Christmas Eve last year.
Oh, that's right.
And we have yet to do any kind of memorial or funeral or celebration of life or anything.
I mean, but he's been buried, hasn't he?
I don't know.
Oh,
that's another. That's another.
Yeah, okay.
Thing.
We won't go into that.
I don't know. So,
I hope he's not still at home.
I don't think so. So, we're gonna at the last game of last home game that the Utes have. They play Stanford. We're having a tailgate tent dedicated to my dad. And so, if you are, I know we have listeners that tailgate every game.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure you come by and.
Will you have chili?
I don't know if we'll have. I think we're going to do Caputo's.
Ooh, that's good. Okay. And when is that?
That's the 12th of November.
Oh, okay. That's a Saturday.
Yeah.
All right.
And I mean, it's a very casual memorial celebration, but do you know what? It's perfect for him.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
he would have loved it.
He would have loved that his.
I have never been to the tailgating event at the U.
You haven't?
No, never. I mean, I live close. I could. So this will be my excuse to go.
There you go. Steph says it's cool. The communication department doesn't get much love when it comes to donations, so this is huge.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, you might not know, there was no tailgating up at the U before my dad started it back in the 70s.
We always tailgate in California.
Well, no, the weird thing is where he used to tailgate was at the Stanford games.
Oh, really?
So it's kind of a full circle.
It is.
So all that stuff.
Coincidentally.
Yeah, all that stuff happening up at the U. My dad started that. He's like, you know what you do? You come early and you drink in the parking lot. People are like, can you do that? Yes.
Crazy idea, I know, right?
Liberals, intellectuals, peacemongers, idiots!
Yeah.
So they do allow drinking at the tailgating parties?
Of course.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's the whole.
Or do people just do it?
I mean, both, I guess.
I wonder if they allow it or people just do it and they sort of look the other way.
I don't know the legality of it, but I know that it happens there.
Yeah. Well, so click on Gina Barberi's social medias and take a look there. Donate if you have a mind to.
Or apply, either one.
That's why I haven't gone to the tailgating. All that drunkenness. I just,
Yeah, that's it.
I can't. I just couldn't do it. You know?
Rod Stewart.
What?
I just saw this. There's pictures of Rod Stewart and his wife getting a cozy lunch date at the Subway near their Essex home. There's a picture of them sitting in the Subway. They ordered 2 6-inch subs.
Really? What beverage did they have, Gina? Did they have? I don't know if Subway is a Coke or a Pepsi venue. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure.
I
Just
hope they had a cola.
you don't think of Rod Stewart as.
I don't think of Rod Stewart. Period.
And he didn't wait in the car and send his wife in.
Why would he?
He's just sitting there.
Why would he? He's a chivalrous man.
If I'm really hungry, I stop by the Subway. Come on, honey, let's get some.
See?
Thank you.
If you were sweaty,
Are you tired?
if you were sweaty,
Skeletons don't sweat.
I know. I mean,
I just got here.
Frank Christ. He's been busy. What did you do? Who did you take?
Oh, tragedy. Burt Bacharach, dead. He wrote every song that you know.
Pretty much.
Every song. That's why it was especially hard, because I booped him and the power of song brought him back.
oh, it had to take a second.
I had to take a second boop.
because he was like 90 something.
94.
So I would have thought he would have been an easy boop for you, Frank.
Well, now he's reunited with his first wife, Angie Dickinson.
Yes.
He's reunited with his writing partner, Hal David.
I booped him. He looked at me and says, I have an idea for another song.
No, it's too late. Too late.
Wait, one more. I've got one.
No, I'm sorry, Bert.
For those of you who may be confused about what's going on right now, the person we're talking to is Frank Christ. He's a celebrity reaper. A grim reaper who reaps the souls of celebrities exclusively, a job he doesn't care for because...
I love our precious celebrities.
I know.
Everything they say and do is so important.
I know. And his job is he doesn't kill people. He just is there as they expire. And then Frank is there to
take them.
Yeah, to escort them to the underworld. And so Frank is here to play a game we call Frank Chris Presents.
They're fine. They're just fine.
Frank gives me a list of 4 celebrities, 4 well-known people. And the game goes, 3 of the people on the list are...
Well, they're fine. I've never met them.
Yeah, they're just fine. But one of the people, Frank Christ, has booped on the nose and taken away to the underworld, and it's the contestant's job to figure out which one is no longer with us. So do we have someone on the phone?
Genevieve is on the phone. Oh, Genevieve gave up. That's too bad. Let's
Maybe
go.
she was too upset about Burt Bacharach.
Maybe she heard. Let's go to Leon, shall we?
Leon.
Yeah, I'm here.
How are you, Leon?
I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
Well, we're fine. We're just fine. Are
That's
you,
nice of you to ask.
Yeah, are you fine, too? You're fine?
I'm doing good.
Okay.
Yeah, I said I'm doing good.
He's doing good, just good.
You heard him.
All right.
Okay.
You ready to play the game, Leon?
Yes.
All right, Leon, I'm going to read you 4 names. These are all actors. They're famous actors from Florida. They were all born in Florida. And one of them on the list is dead, and you have to decide which one it is. Here we go. Number 1 on the list, Brad Davis. Born Robert Creel Davis, known professionally as Brad Davis, an American actor known for starring in the film Midnight Express and Chariots of Fire. He played American track star Jackson Scholes in the Academy Award-winning film Chariots of Fire. He played the lead role in the Normal Heart, a Larry Kramer play about AIDS, and as Billy Hayes in Midnight Express, for which he won a Golden Globe Award and a New Star of the Year Award. He was nominated for a similar award at the BAFTA Awards. Number 1 on the list, Brad Davis. Number 2, Sarah Paulson. She began acting in New York City stage productions before starring in the short-lived television series American Gothic and Jack and Jill. She later appeared in comedy films such as What Women Want and Down with Love. And she starred as Harriet Hayes in the NBC comedy Studio 60 on the Sunset Strip, for which she received a Golden Globe Award. She's also won a Tony Award. Number 2, Sarah Paulson. Number 3 on the list, Stephen Root was born in Florida. He starred as Jimmy James on the television sitcom News Radio and as Milton Wadhams in the film Office Space. He was nominated for an Emmy for playing Monroe Fuchs in Barry. Root also has been in several Coen Brothers films. Number 3, Stephen Root. And finally, number 4 on the list, Catherine Keener was born in Florida. She portrayed disgruntled and melancholy yet sympathetic women in independent films, as well as supporting films in studio. She was nominated twice for the Academy Award for Best Supporting Actress for Being John Malkovich and for her portrayal of the author Harper Lee in Capote. She was nominated for 2 Emmys but didn't win either of those. Number 4, Catherine Keener. So there you go, 4 celebrities. One of them is dead. Do you know which one, Leon?
I'm going to go with Brad Davis.
Wow.
Because you gave me a lot of information.
Well, I don't know why that would tip you off, but you're right. It's Brad Davis.
Context clues, Bill.
Brad Davis died in 1991 at the age of 41. He was diagnosed with HIV in 1985, which he kept secret until shortly before his death. He is buried in Forest Lawn in Hollywood Hills.
Well, Leon the professional.
Way to go, Leon. You got it. So what did Leon win again?
Ministry tickets. Coming to the Union on April 21st.
Leon, have you ever seen Ministry live?
I have not.
Well, I'm going to suggest that you take earplugs because it will be the loudest concert you've ever been to. Okay?
I like them loud.
Well, you'll
I'm
get it.
excited.
You'll get it.
Hang on.
Leon, call us back after the concert and let us know what you thought, okay?
Okay,
All right.
I will.
Hang on the line.
Oh, and by the way, Angie Dickinson is fine. She's just 91.
Oh,
she should be on somebody's list.
She might be.
She'll be going to be with Bert soon, though, I would think.
Maybe upon hearing the news.
Oh, Bert.
Has anyone seen Carole King?
Oh, how's she?
81. Joe Pesci is 80.
Oh, he's
today. Yeah.
Oh,
he's fine.
Mia Farrow, 78. She's fine.
She'll never go anywhere.
She's just fine.
She's living on her farm.
Oh, man, that Burt Bacharach took everything out. You're going to do a full report on him coming up, I'm guessing.
Okay. I guess I am.
That was a request, I think.
I guess I am.
He did write everything.
Yes, he did.
Well, goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.
Bye. Burt Bacharach. Okay, there we go. I got it.
There you go. We will take a break. We will be back with some big boy news after these. Salt Lake Film Society, slfs.org is the website.
I was just looking. So they brought back some of the Oscar films.
Oh, good.
If you want to see them before the Academy Awards. They brought back Marcel the Shell.
Oh, that's...
with shoes.
I hope they have tissues at the counter.
They brought back... so Bill Nighy's nominated for Best Actor. His movie Living is there.
Yeah. Salt Lake Film Society is a donor-supported film art house. You see films like this. They're fairly mainstream, but they also bring a lot of things that you would never have an opportunity to see in a mainstream movie theater. Salt Lake Film Society, home of independent film. Help them out by becoming a Red Carpet member, a subscriber. Your donation supports enriching programs, plus you get special events and concessions perks. Go to slfs.org for film times and for tickets. Yesterday I was at
I was at a business. I'll tell you, I was at a business called Total Health and Fitness, who I believe we're going to be doing some commercials for. So I'm out there talking to the folks and everything, and I get done with my business at Total Health and Fitness, which is in Draper on 123rd South, and I'm just about to leave the building where Total Health and Fitness is located, and a woman walks in and walks up to the desk and says to the lovely receptionist at Total Health and Fitness, "Hi, is this Total Health and Fitness?" To which the receptionist, being a nicer person than I am, said, "Why, yes, it is." And that the woman said, "Oh, okay, good. I'd really like to apply for a job." Now, if it had been me as the receptionist, when she walked in and said, "Is this Total Health and Fitness?" And I probably would have been nice to a point and said, "Yes." And when she said, "Oh, good, I'd like to apply for a job," I would have said, "Don't bother."
Exactly.
Because you apparently can't read the signs all over the building. You didn't read the big sign over the door before you walked in. You didn't see the sign on 123rd South, blazing across the building, Total Health and Fitness. You didn't see that anywhere. I'd just as soon you not apply for a job. Thank you. Goodbye.
You think she was being ironic? Because the signs were everywhere?
No. The receptionist did say she's way nicer than I am, but it was probably true. I don't think she was just trying to be nice. She said, "Well, we're not hiring right now." I would have just said, "Don't bother." God. Oh, shit. I'm just sitting there looking at this going, really? I'm not a nice person, though.
No, you're not.
No.
9:19. Now, coming up, before we finish the show,
Yes.
we got the brand new Depeche Mode song.
Okay.
Brand new Depeche Mode
what's it
song.
called?
It's called Ghosts Again. And we'll play that for you in about 25 minutes.
Okay.
So be ready. Be ready.
I'm ready.
Get your cassette recorder.
Yeah, I was going to say, get your recorders ready.
Get your cassette recorder ready to record it. The brand new Depeche Mode song, Ghosts Again. We'll have that for you here in a bit. But first, big boy news and opinnuendo brought to you by...
This Valentine's Day, don't stress what your sweetheart wants. Lim Jewelers knows diamond stud earrings are 25% off through Valentine's Day. Lim Jewelers, Midvale, and at limjewelers.com.
Burt Bacharach, the debonair pop composer, arranger, conductor, record producer, occasional singer, whose hit songs in the 60s distilled that decade's mood of romantic optimism, so says this obituary writer, died on Wednesday at his home in Los Angeles. His publicist, Tina Browsum, confirmed the death, gave no specific cause. The specific cause was 94.
94.
Yeah. Die-hard romantic whose mature style might be described as Wagnerian lounge music. Bacharach, this is way overwritten.
Strong.
This is way overwritten. Burt Bacharach, he teamed up with Hal David. So Burt Bacharach wrote the music. Hal David wrote lyrics. He teamed up for songs like this one, Raindrops Keep Falling on My Head, The Look of Love by Dusty Springfield, This Guy's in Love with You, big hit for Herb Alpert, The Carpenters, big hit, They Long to Be Close to You, What the World Needs Now is Love, Sweet Love, all of them.
Walk On By.
Yep.
Say a Little Prayer.
Say a little prayer for you.
They
Magic Moments. Baby It's You.
Arthur's Theme.
Yeah.
Just goes on and on and on. He was he started in show business very early. He was born in 1928.
Good Lord. Wow.
And while still underage, he sneaked into a Manhattan jazz club, and that was it. He was smitten. He studied music at several schools. He became Marlene Dietrich's musical director.
Again, he was old.
In 1958, and toured with her for 2 years. Other performers he accompanied included the Ames Brothers, Polly Bergen, Georgia Gibbs, Joel Gray, Steve Lawrence, and let's see. So he married Angie Dickinson. I think she was his second wife.
He had 4 wives.
Yeah. He was married to, then he married Carol Bayer Sager. Who was a lyricist. She wrote lyrics. And he'd broken up with Hal David. They weren't together as a team anymore. So I think he married her because she was a songwriter. Jackie DeShannon, What the World Needs Now is Love. The Look of Love. Tom Jones, What's New Pussycat.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
You see this guy.
Man. And so he for a while there, people say, Burt Bacharach, he's corny, we don't like it anymore. And then for some reason, people started looking back at it, other musicians, and said, well, wait a minute.
Hold on now.
Yeah. He started, his influence, for instance, he started collaborating with Elvis Costello in 2013. They did a song together and then a whole album together called Painted from Memory.
So I said he must have been fabulously wealthy.
Yes.
Because that's where you make your money is in the songwriting. It's not in the performing. And I just looked it up. I don't know if this is accurate or not, but they said he's worth $200 million.
It says here when he was in his 60s, Mr. Bacharach found himself regarded with awe by a younger generation of musicians. Bands like Oasis and Stereolab included his songs in their repertoire. So that's Burt Bacharach. He wrote most of the songs that you ever
that
hear.
you have ever heard.
You know most. I mean, what's true about that? I mean, when you know most, you recognize them.
You wouldn't recognize maybe his name. You don't know, but
This is the Elvis Costello stuff.
Oh, this is Elvis Costello. I didn't.
Look like she could speak.
Oh yeah, that's true. Our friend Tommy Milagro says Bacharach found a resurgence after Austin Powers. He was in.
That's right.
That's
He
right.
was in one of those.
Ladies and gentlemen, Burt
Yeah.
Bacharach.
Just for no reason.
Well, I'm not going to watch the Super Bowl this year.
Why?
Because Greg Gutfeld has an ad.
Ugh.
The Fox News host will be getting a Super Bowl ad this Sunday. They will run a 15-second spot promoting his late night show, Gutfeld.
His not funny late night show. Not funny at all.
The ad will be Fox News' only spot promoting one of its TV shows.
That's kind of surprising.
They're really high on Greg.
He's terrible.
Gutfeld.
Oh, he's the worst.
And he's an a-hole.
And you don't even have to tell the truth on his show.
Steve Martin and Ben Stiller will have their Super Bowl commercial for Pepsi Zero Sugar. Great acting or great taste campaign. It's been fun to collaborate with Pepsi and the entire crew and creative team, Ben Stiller said. I think the idea of whether or not an actor actually believes what he's saying when they do a commercial is a fun idea to play with. Though there's really no question that Derek Zoolander believes what he's saying, even though he doesn't know what it means. I don't know what that means.
I think it'll make sense when we see the commercial.
I think they're going to say, are we being truthful in this commercial or not, kind of thing.
And you're going to get a Zoolander cameo as well.
You're going to get Frozen 3.
What?
Toy Story 5.
Oh.
And
no,
Zootopia.
Leave Toy Story alone.
All in the world. Well, that's what they said after Toy Story 2. And then 3 was pretty damn good. And they said,
And
well,
then
leave
they
it
said
alone.
the same, and then 4.
And 4 was pretty
And
damn
4
good.
was good.
All right.
So,
And it was you always saying that, Gina. Leave it alone.
now I welcome the Zootopia 2.
I liked Zootopia.
I think that's a world that could use some exploring. But
yeah, I like the sloth.
yes.
And that's about it, I think. Let's see. Yeah. Instead of replacing, so James Corden is leaving the Late Late Show.
Yes.
They're not going to keep the Late Late Show.
Mm.
They're going to bring back At Midnight.
Oh, good.
An old Comedy Central show.
I don't know at midnight.
It was hosted by the Talking Dead guy.
Chris Hardwick.
Chris Hardwick.
yeah.
But they're not going to have him host it this time.
It's
going to be someone else.
It's a comedy series. I looked it up because I had never seen it.
It was a great little show. It was like a quiz of events that were happening that week or that day, and it was 3 comedians.
Oh, kind of like the news quiz on Wait, Don't Tell Me.
Three guests compete in a series of inter-themed improv games.
Mm-hmm.
Rapid Refresh is a game where contestants craft a funny response or choose an answer based on an internet meme.
Mm-hmm.
And
the way that it was done before was the point system was kind of arbitrary. It was the host could award points for anything he felt like it.
They do something called
I like your shirt. Points.
Oh, okay.
Hashtag Wars.
Okay.
And it's going to be produced by Stephen Colbert.
Stephen Colbert.
But no thought on who would host it.
Doesn't say here.
I read that it will not be Chris Hardwick. That's the only thing I read.
Good. He's annoying.
Yeah, he can be. He can be. Weather.
So, not so bad air quality today. High of 35
at this moment.
Yeah. That looks to change as the weekend goes on. Hazy conditions predicted for Friday and Saturday. Maybe a little bit of clearing from the haze on Sunday. It looks like that is your weather.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you listen to radio.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Radio from Hell show is proud to announce a brand new entertainment in downtown Salt Lake City.
That's right. It's the grand opening of Carrie and Bill's Shakespeare Dinner Theater, where patrons can enjoy the very best in culture and cuisine.
Each month, Bill and I will present a brand new Shakespeare play for your delight.
And with each play, we'll change our dinner theater menu. We begin this weekend with Hamlet, Prince of Denmark. Who's there? Nay, answer me. Stand and unfold yourself.
Long live the king.
Bernardo?
Line. He.
You come most carefully upon your hour.
'Tis now struck 12. Get thee to bed, Francisco.
And with immortal lines like that from the Bard, you get your choice of Hamlet Hawaiian-style ham, a juicy ham steak with a pineapple ring, or the Polonius chicken pot pie.
And what's even more fun, not only will Bill and I play most of the parts, but we'll be your waiters.
In coming months, you'll delight to other great Shakespearean masterpieces.
Like The Taming of the Shrew, with me as Petruchio and Bill as Catherine the Shrew.
If I be waspish, best beware my sting.
My remedy is then to pluck it out.
Aye, if the fool could find it where it lies.
Who knows where a wasp does wear his sting? In his tail.
In his tongue.
Whose tongue?
Yours, if you talk of tails, and so farewell.
What? With my tongue in your tail? Nay, come again, good Kate, I am a gentleman.
It's Carrie & Bill's Shakespeare Dinner Theater in the old Felt Electric building in the Regent Street alley off 2nd South.
And look in your Happenings coupon book for a 2-for-1 coupon, good on Wednesdays and Thursdays at Carrie & Bill's Shakespeare Dinner Theater. Your dinners are full price, but one of you will get to sit through the play twice.
Get thee hence to Carrie & Bill's Shakespeare Dinner Theater, where you give us the dough and we put on the show.
My little daughter, who is 4, she takes amusement in her father's flatulence. You know,
is this a daily occurrence?
Oh God, yes. You know, and I use the dumb old dad jokes of, you know, it's a farting or it's a barking spider.
Barking spider.
And she'll always go, "It's not a barking spider, Dad. That's a foding spider."
My dad always said it was a buck snort.
Buck. Oh, or sometimes I'll say that bear's been following us around, or did somebody step on a duck? Yeah. Is the other one.
Hear that? Buck snort.
Yeah. She likes the duck one too. But she also is occasionally flatulent. And I was lying on her bed with her, reading her a story, as I do fairly often, before she went to bed, and she just ripped.
She ripped a good one, huh?
Just ripped one.
Daddy's little girl.
Yeah. And I
so
said,
like us.
I
learned it from watching you.
I said, honey, that was.
Did you high five her?
High five.
That was a loud one, and she said, it sounded like a door closing.
She means like the creak of the door.
And I said it did kind of, and she said, a door with rusty hinges. Ouch! I just thought
she's creative.
I thought that was the best.
So our children are learning from you.
So now it's just, hey, did somebody close a door with rusty hinges?
Somebody oil those hinges.
I just thought that was the best. A door.
Get some 3-in-1 oil on those hinges.
So that was it. It's just one of those. Kids say the darndest things.
Sure do.
All right. Hey, Bob.
You can be sure that we see Bob Harmon once a year at Valentine's Day. And so you're wearing a tie with
hearts on it.
It's You're a Valentine guy.
Yes, love is in the air. I feel like a cherub or something. It's one of those.
You really do it up at Harmon's for Valentine's Day. Other stores don't really kind of kick it into gear like that.
Not
I mean,
really,
they do
no.
some things, but
Sure.
but you guys have just got it covered base to base to base. Anything new this year?
Well, 20 years ago, we used to buy from designers here and there, different places to get our products. And the only concern was that sometimes the quality, they wouldn't get the quality, and so it wouldn't be quite right. And so 20 years ago, we decided to build our own design center out in West Valley.
Oh, wow.
To be able to control the quality. It's just like food. If you don't have control of the ingredients, your product's not going to be quite as right. So once we did that, we started to travel down to Colombia and Ecuador, and people were like, well, man, that's a long way to bring product. But what people should understand is that's the equator, and so they have 12 hours a day daylight and 12 hours of darkness, and so they're growing literally year-round.
Flowers, all the beautiful flowers.
All the flowers, not just roses. And so we partnered with them. We don't call them like contractors. We truly partner, and we just said, listen, we're going to buy from you every week. We're not going to just come down and
Which
buy.
I love that flowers are available at Harmon's, not just during holidays, of course,
Oh, it's all the
but you
time,
can get
yeah.
them anytime.
Yeah.
Make that part of your grocery shopping. Always have fresh flowers in your house.
Yeah, fresh is kind of important because, no one wants to go in and lay down, several dollars and then go home and have it be like, it lasted 2 days.
Well, they're beautiful, so you can't go wrong getting flowers from Harmon's for Valentine's Day. I just have to ask about the red velvet cheese ball. I don't. It was on our list, and I don't recall ever seeing it before.
That's all Bill wants for Valentine's.
Tell me about the red velvet cheese ball.
Well, we can hook you. Well, we have these very creative chefs and pastry people, and they're always thinking about what's the next thing. And of course, red velvet cake is to some people one of the favorites, and it kind of lends itself to Valentine's. So I thought, what about a cheese ball? Cheese balls are like a mystery to me. It's kind of like Jell-O and carrots. But here in this market, I mean, we have pub cheese balls and green onion and hatch chili, and but it's all about having a good cheese ball. And so they decided, well, let's go sweet. Let's try sweet, and it's delicious. So they just mix some chocolate within the cheese ball, and then they coat it with a little dusting of the red velvet. And then what you should get is like a graham cracker or a sweet cracker to dip.
Okay,
This is a dessert
sweet on
cheese
sweet.
ball.
I was doing the salty, but your sweet on sweet's a good idea.
I'll stop today and get one.
There you go.
And are there plenty of them available for Valentine's?
We're ready for you.
Okay, all right.
We are ready for you.
Another thing about Harmon's Grocery, and I shop at the downtown store. When I want to have a steak, that's where I go, to Harmon's, because I will get the best. How does that all? How do you get the best like that?
Yeah, just in a nutshell, we used to be a tremendous price operator in this market. That lasted for about 70 years. We're 90 years this year. And 20 years ago, after the Olympics, the world came to Salt Lake City. It's a beautiful state. We all know that, and we love it here. And so all the competition changed dynamically. So all of the people who could aggregate hundreds of thousands of cases of product came to town. But when that happened, price was now important, and it still is to us, but we had to change. And so we just began a journey of change. In doing that, we knew quality of produce, baked goods, meats, all the fresh stuff, because canned goods are canned goods. I mean, let's just, pretty straight.
Sure.
And so we went on this journey. We flew around the country and abroad. We took creative people with us and come back and said, ooh, okay, we need to change, like not in a little way, but we need to provide food that nowadays young people with Food Network, YouTube, everything else.
Yep.
They know food. I have young people. I love when they come in and say, "Hey, where is that sauce that has some ginger?" And so it's like, "Where'd you get that from?" And they got it on a recipe.
Yep.
But the point is, they're looking for quality food.
Yeah.
And so when we made this journey, we started to just say, we're not going to. Mother Nature provides all food. On a tree, you can go to any orchard, and there's going to be. I'm the pretty apple. I'm the not so pretty apple, and I'm kind of like the not so pretty apple, right? Well, they're all graded that way. So that's with all fresh product. So beef, eggs, dairy, cheese.
You get the
produce.
pretty one.
So we said we're going to go to just the top top tier.
The prettiest one.
But you also feature a lot of local.
Oh yeah.
Of those
it's the local stuff that I like.
Yeah, in fact, on beef, we've got a tremendous Snake River Farm and Bartam Beef that's down southern Utah. Amazing family, an amazing family. And not to get too deep in it, but this guy went into horticulture and really learned how do I sustain the feed for this cattle in the middle of Utah.
Yeah.
Which is, it's desert and it's scrub. And so you go out to his property and I'm walking out and it's like knee high. And I'm looking over the fence and it's scrub. And I'm like, what's going on? He says, well, I have everything here. I've got a biosphere for the grassland. So I don't mind some caterpillars. I don't mind grasshoppers. I don't. He said, I'm allowing nature to do its thing.
I see.
Right? So to build a really robust feed, and the cattle are just
grass-fed.
Grass-fed and phenomenal.
Yeah.
So I think that's just, when we went to Italy, it
just made sense.
It just blew my mind. They are so respectful and care so deeply about food. They were the ones who started the whole slow food movement. We don't want y'all. You fast food people, we're not really going to support that a lot.
Although there's a hamburger place at the downtown.
Oh, of course. Well, but in that hamburger we have Wagyu beef.
Boy, it's good.
And then
and the French fries are phenomenal.
Yeah, so on the French fries, super quick, is Mickey D's, way back when they first started.
Yeah.
We hand cut, we brine, and then we do a pre-fry and then a fry.
Oh, they're twice fried. Yeah.
And then the beauty is we cook them in tallow.
Oh, can you bring that to Brickyard? For God's sake?
Well, we're working on we are working on those things. But good food is good food, and I think that was the biggest journey we took, and it's the same with Floral, too.
Well, and all the Valentine stuff that they've got,
chocolates and
local stuff,
and little gift items too.
Yeah, and the local thing, I love that you brought that up. Is just that there's so many amazing. I mean, literally, we have some of the best chocolatiers in the nation that operate here in Utah, as you know, and coffee purveyors and et cetera. So it literally, when you come in, look around. You can have choices.
There's always something that you'll find.
Yeah, pastries, fresh pastries. You could have a little pastry tray. Flowers are always there, but you can also. Some people are like, why don't you get maybe a planter?
Oh yeah,
you know what I mean. So that you can, have it, and
they'll be there for a long time.
Yeah. It's all there.
It's all there for Valentine's Day at Harmon's, including the red velvet cheese ball. It's just, it's unique.
It's unique.
It is unique to Harmon's, and I think that's great.
Well, and I was there the other day, and they had moved because I get Mahumra from Laziz. Local, and they had moved it from where it usually was, and luckily they were. It's over this way, and walked me there.
Yeah, they don't just point. The people who work at Harmon's don't just point. They say, "Come here, let me take you there."
How many times you go into a purveyor that used to have more people, and now you walk in, it's like, well, did you download the app?
Oh,
because it'll tell you where it's at.
Somebody said that to me the other day.
Could you take me there? Because
take me there. Show me exactly. Point.
And I know where everything is because I'm at the immigration market almost every day.
Oh, that's I love that store. That's such a community store.
I'm really glad you guys took that over. It's not a place I shop. I've been there a few times, but it's just such an institution, and I was glad to see that you guys.
No, thank you. After we built that store, Holiday just had a tremendous spot, so we did another community market there, and it's similar. It has more space. We do have a cooking school in there.
That's the one you go to.
Yeah. And then we had the opportunity to go out to Daybreak with a small community store, and I love them. When you go in, you can shop them quick. The one thing that I find is people are like, well, you can go to the bigger, or buy the bigger store possibly. It's like, yeah, but I can go in.
Yep.
I can shop, and I'm out.
Yep.
And I can find enough that I need in the basket. We don't have all the sizes, but you can find what you need. And it's been really neat to be able to have a diversity of format.
I like the downtown one's pretty cozy too. I mean, it's but it's not as big as some of the stores.
Do you know the one thing that was so unique to us is that we were pretty. I don't want to say sterile, but we were very a white tie. This is the look and feel. We went downtown, and it's like we need to change literally our thought process on just quality people, and it really brought to us a whole new spectrum of associates who are just phenomenal, who typically we would probably not.
How many years Harmon's in business? And your offices are still where they started in West Valley.
West Valley. Yep.
How many years?
90 years.
Oh my God.
90 years.
Jake.
Yeah, Jake and Irene, my
I used to be Papa Jake's when I was a kid in the Ogden store.
Yeah.
Papa Jake's.
Papa Jake's.
And I could go into that Harmon's and buy a TV and a shotgun. I think. Back in the day.
Oh my gosh.
Back in the day.
Straight up.
Yeah.
Funny thing about that is during deer hunt, right? Deer hunt. You'd see maybe, I don't know, 10, 15 ladies shopping, and the store was just taken over. And it was just like they were just like piling steaks and beverage, and then they come over and they'd buy their their stamp and their license and their ammo, and
I remember that.
Yeah. And it just shows you how Harmon's has evolved, and no better place to shop anytime. It's local, and for Valentine's Day, Harmon's.
They got all the stuff.
Thanks, Bob.
Thank you.
Bob.
Thank you.
We'll talk to you
in a year.
Come back when the chili roast happens.
Oh, we'll be here. I'll do it. I'll do it for sure. I'll do it for sure.
Come back and say hi then. We'll crawl towards the exits after these.
Valentine's Day is coming in.
I have here a list.
Oh.
That I think, I think people might like it. I've been wanting to do a list that it says 19 sneaky signs your mom is toxic, but Gina won't let me do that because I think she's afraid of what she'll find out.
I don't want to know.
She I think so. I have.
So this
I have
is not
another,
that list.
It's not that one. It's another one.
Okay, well.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
It says, here are 10 of the sexiest street and village names in England. Sexiest village names.
Are they unintentionally sexy, or was this on purpose sexy?
Well, let's find out. The country is full of odd-sounding names. We encounter them all the time. But perhaps nowhere has as many as Yorkshire, where it feels like there's one odd-named community around every corner. And they are not just silly. Many sound incredibly rude. Here they are. Here are the 10 best. Penistone. Penistone.
It's probably Penistone, don't you think?
Well, I don't know.
Is it a town?
It says it's the historic market town. Its name does not mean what you think. Rather, it is thought to mean farmstead by a hill, with the beginning letters deriving from pen, the Celtic word for hill.
Penistone.
Hillistone.
Penistone. Sexhow. Despite including all the letters needed to spell sex, Sexhow is not named after the act of sex. Rather, it translates as sex, S-E-K, sex mound, with sec likely being a name. But they write it S-E-X.
S-E-X?
Yeah.
And is it H-O-U-G-H?
No, H-O-W. Blubberhouse.
Well, that's not sexy.
Blubberhouses.
Why are they saying that's a sexy name?
It's where my therapist lives.
Gina, if you paid attention to the title of this list, it's sexy and silly.
Oh.
Yeah. This Blubberhouse, now, to some of us, it's sexy, but
Depends
mainly
on your predilection.
Yeah. It's in northern Yorkshire. And you would guess maybe the name is associated with wailing.
I thought it was crying.
But
that's why it's where my therapist lives.
Carrie?
Huh?
Folklore has it that Blubberhouse is named after the sound made by weeping children who used to pass by on their way to work in the mills in times gone
that's
by.
Awful. You name a town after weeping children?
Yeah.
That's the British.
Here's Netherthong.
Is that a Foo Fighters song?
It's not named after underwear. The Old English name is thought to refer to a narrow strip of land next to the township. Clapgate. So gate is self-explanatory, but why Clapgate? It refers to a type of gate. It's a gate that self-closes.
So that's the sound it makes.
Yeah, clap shut.
There are a lot.
Hoo-hole. H-O-O-H-O-L-E. Hoo-hole.
All the who's down in Hoo-hole?
That's W-H-O. As hamlets go, you might be hard-pressed to find one with a ruder-sounding name than this, despite how you might opt to use the phrase who-hole elsewhere. In Yorkshire, it refers to a place named for a hollow by the spur of a hill.
Yes.
Crackpot.
I am not a crackpot.
Wet wang. Historians are not quite certain the meaning of this name. They just don't know where it came from.
Yeah, we have a little cottage in Wet Wang.
Oh, you do? We have one in Lumbutts. Lumbutts. It means butting a strip of land. Willie Toft. Willie being, of course, a British euphemism for...
Yes, your todger.
For penis.
Yes.
Yes. Willetoft has appeared in numerous forms over the year, but regardless of the variations, each time the name appears, it means willow field, not whatever crude thing you were thinking of.
I wasn't thinking anything.
Your todger, isn't it? The old todger. So there you are. Silly and sexy names in England.
No Weetabix Row?
I love Weetabix.
Do you really?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Is it like mini wheats? Is it like
no,
that?
No.
It's like compressed. It's bran flakes, sort of, or
They don't hold together. Is the thing where your mini wheats will hold together.
Yeah.
These immediately start coming apart in milk. They're actually quite tasty.
Well, you put enough sugar on anything, and it'll.
They had American treat stores like all over the place.
It was like a thing.
Yeah, they're like have a bunch of flags outside, and we never went into one.
Yeah.
But it was like you could tell there was like ding dongs.
Well, is it for tourists or is it for the people?
Yeah,
I don't know.
It for? Because their chocolate is infinitely superior to ours.
No, it's like
Cadbury.
Yeah.
It's like American cereals and American.
Really?
Yeah. You can buy American flag T-shirts, and it's the American store, but they have. And I don't know if it's for tourists or if it's for English people
that are fascinated by that.
I don't.
See, I prefer British confectionery.
They have all
to American any day.
They have really good candy, and then they have really
weird
icky candy.
Yeah,
because Whorehound is British.
Yeah,
and it's terrible. Yeah. And any candy that has the word surprise in it, don't ever,
We went to Harrods.
Oh, love Harrods.
And they have a huge candy section. And I always forget, is it macaroon or not the coconutty one, but the other one? Are those macaroons?
Yeah.
Macrons?
Yeah. The little...
the French ones are macarons.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're like...
they're like a sandwich.
Yeah.
Nougat.
Yeah.
They had every flavor you could think of those, so we each got our own little bag of those. But then they had Turkish Delight there.
Oh.
Which my kids were like, oh, we really want to try that, because I guess in Narnia, that's the...
It's not great.
Turkish Delight. And they said the way they describe it is so... So we bought a box of Turkish Delight.
A whole box.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, they didn't have like little...
You couldn't buy individual?
No.
Oh. All right.
And I said to them, and it was like $30 for this little box of...
How many is in there?
I mean, it was there were quite a few, but I'm like, we're going to buy this, guys, and what if you don't like it? And they're like, but the way Narnia describes it, you have, it's like the most wonderful thing you've ever had.
No.
As I recall, it's kind of a jelly, and then it's got
covered in powder, kind of.
Yeah. It's like here in America, you have applets and cotlets. You know that candy, applets and cotlets. My mother-in-law loved those.
Yeah, but it was like, and we got it, and they were like, and I'm like, see, I told you.
This candy is a lie. It has the word delight in the title.
A story told us it was the most wonderful thing.
And it sounds wonderful.
It's a Turkish
delight. It must be heavenly. No.
Not so much.
All right, well.
Now I want some Weetabix. I don't think the British store is open still here, is it?
I don't know.
The London Market? I'll have to check.
Where's it at now?
It was on 8th East, 8th South, kind of around Liberty Park area.
Oh, okay.
I think.
London.
It was just up from Pig in a Jelly Jar, if I
No, we
remember
didn't
right.
get a box of Weetabix and a couple of crunchy frogs.
Permanently closed, Bill.
And mushy peas.
No. No, did you encounter mushy peas?
I
in
did not
England?
encounter mushy peas.
peas.
You didn't hear about them?
No.
Yeah,
We
well,
had crumpets. We did have those.
I always
Crumpets
wanted
are
to
fine.
try mushy peas, and so finally, there was I think it was at a fish and chips place. They had mushy peas, and I said, "I'll have a side of mushy peas."
And are they just what they
They're
sound
terrible.
like?
It's exactly what you think.
Yeah, they're like kind of dry and grainy, and not good.
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
Omori.
It's
should be available in March.
It's available for pre-order now on 2LP vinyl, CD, cassette.
Well,
you can get a cassette of this?
And digital.
Now, they've announced part of a tour, some parts of America, but there are more American dates to come.
And Todd has just been giddy.
Yes.
You would think it was his birthday.
So
looks in March they're in Los Angeles and in Las Vegas.
But more U.S. dates will be announced. So we have high hopes for the Depeche Mode to come to town.
I tweeted out the video for that song if you want to.
Is Frank Christ in that, did you say?
Yeah. They got cows on and they're playing chess.
Looks like Frank and another Reaper.
And there's a goes in a graveyard.
Oh, all right. Well, that's all right.
Oh, my God, look what he's got on.
Those giant shorts are tiny pants.
Who still wears those?
Sweetie, isn't that the guy from Depeche Mode?
Oh, no, wait, where? Holy crap, he's with a girl.
Oh, yeah, that guy is totally straight. I saw a whole thing about him on the VH1.
But he's the guy from Depeche Mode. It's impossible.
Straight.
Come on, he's in Depeche Mode.
There you go. Just for Gina. All right, let's do the promo. And
I just
is there acting?
Quickly, I just got a text from Kyle Brown. My wife is crying at this new song.
Oh.
The lyrics hit too close to home.
Oh, I'll bet they did.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm sure you'll hear it again.
Yes.
Today. So keep listening. All right, let's go to the promo then.
Okay, guys, I'm heading down to Vegas, and of course, it's the big game this weekend. Do you want me to place some bets for you?
Put $50 on Carlos the Chihuahua to win.
I got 75 on Butterbean the Beagle.
Not the Chiefs or the Eagles?
No, the Puppy Bowl is the only sporting event that matters.
Wall-to-wall coverage of all your favorite sports ball games on the Radio from Hell show here on X96.
I looked it up. Those are actual names of puppies in the puppy.
Well, of course you did.
And the way I said coverage is the way they say it in Holland.
Coverage?
Coverage.
All right. Fine job as always, Katie. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
Well, as much as I like Dirty Santos.
Marcy is next.